supportive with this. We're going to have a joint meeting of a committee from the school district and my committee, which is the Arts, Parks, Health and Aging, as well as Mr. Alicon's Neighborhood Education Committee, and come up with some constructive suggestions to move forward. Joint use, it's, you know, you'd say, look in the book, man, that's a great concept. Well, let's make that concept work, and it's something that's long overdue.
When you talk about the joint use between the city and the LAUSD, what kinds of services do you envision?
Well, what I would envision is you could look at creating playgrounds that some people are very far from any playgrounds. If you look at a map of the city, there's some areas that maybe did get planned accordingly, but other areas grew so rapidly there's no neighborhood playgrounds, and they should be available. It's healthy to be out. Kids should play for an hour a day. You get that exercise. I know probably you, Jack, I bet you used to run till dark when you were a child. I ran to dark in the neighborhood, and it's fun. But you had to have a place to play, and a school may provide that expert possibility. The same is true in looking at our senior high schools for the gymnasiums, that in the evening time, after the sports teams for the high schools have completed their seasons, they should be available for the community for basketball, volleyball, and other uses. So there's a great discussion here, long overdue, and I'm looking forward to pushing in 2008 to get a real joint use agreement, master agreement with LA Unified and our Recreation and Parks, which has the great support of their president of the commission, Barry Sanders, and the general manager, John Muckery.
It's only a pilot program at first, of course. How many schools do you think will be involved at first? Where would those schools be, and when would you expect citywide expansion? We're
looking at 15 schools, and hopefully within a calendar year we could expand it throughout Los Angeles. We want to make sure there's the right spot and the cooperation that's necessary to make it successful. So we're looking to push this real hard because we are a, quote, neighborhood park poor city.
Of course, these joint use programs are going to require additional time, staff, and resources, and of course everybody wants to know, how are we going to pay for it?
Well, I think you already have the land, number one, and you can look at what kind of, you know, you could do within our own systems, the master joint use agreement necessary for the issues of liability, the challenge of maintenance, what takes place there. But if you don't need to build a building, and let's say you have a building on a school and the community could use it, the city could possibly support that building. I'm talking about a gymnasium. The same is true for the children's play areas at elementary schools. And also, we also always got to look at the safety of the children first to make sure there's the right access to this new concept that we're going to get done in 2008. But I think it will expand rapidly once we get over these first 15 pilot programs, one in each council district citywide.
We've talked about weekends and after-school weekdays. What about summer? What about joint use, say, of swimming pools at schools?
Well, certainly what we're trying to do with the new schools, especially at LA Unified, and Guy Mahula and his team, who's the head of building, have been very key on creating the proper pools. You know, we had one problem. The pool was too deep, didn't have the changing rooms close to the street, so it created a school community problem. They're planning them better now. You should see more schools that go year-round. I know I'm talked to David DeHaye, the new general manager of Water Power, to get help for some of our existing pools, to have solar power, to get the pools heated year-round. It's a good recreational activity, a good healthy activity, not just for young people, but for seniors alike. And we will see more of that. It's, you know, it's a value that the council has. It's a value that the mayor has. It's a value that the school board has. I think all of us are lined up to make things happen now.
Of course, one of your colleagues, Janice Hahn, sees the joint use program as an important tool in reducing gang recruitment. What are some of the other advantages that you see?
Well, I think one of the things on the no one should be in a street gang or in a violent gang or show any hate towards anybody. What we should have is the gang of kids like our gang are playing in the neighborhood. If you could imagine those old clips from the old movies of the 30s, 40s, and 50s. This is what we should try to create, where kids could have fun like we did growing up in Los Angeles. I went to local schools, and the after-school playground program was so important, and the summertime program was so important, and I see a revitalization of that. Yes, there's a funding challenge, everything that we do, but I think if we're smart, we could figure a way to get the maximum public dollar, which, whether you're paying taxes to LA Unified, school district, or LA city government or county government, it's all the people's money, and we should do it the right way to enhance our ability to maximize the public investment in public education and public recreation.
Of course, you've been talking about an exclusive agreement between LAUSD and the city. What about other community organizations as well?
Well, we could look at that. We want to start with the school district first because we're two very large entities. Once we get that success going forward, I think you'll see more. But right now, we're looking at LA Unified and LA Recreation and Parks. Right now, there's some agreements. I know my old high school, John Marshall, it has gymnasiums that teams that would play at Griffith Park play at the Marshall gyms because there's no gyms in Griffith Park. Our largest park in the city doesn't have any gyms, and that's fine with me. I'm a great proponent of Griffith Park, but certainly gymnasiums are necessary for good recreation, volleyball, basketball, other sports, and dancing, and you see that at the local high school.
As you mentioned in the beginning, this has been talked about endlessly in terms of joint use. It's never really happened to a large extent. You've got a 45-day report back now. Realistically, when do you actually see something happening on the ground for this?
Well, I think you probably would see something happening probably at the start of the school year, and some schools are year-round, but we're going to push probably for September, really where you could walk in and say, hey, that's joint use right there. There are already some projects that do have joint use going on right now, but official, quote, joint uses, we're working in the master agreement September 2008.
One thing you mentioned earlier, when you were a kid, when I was a kid a couple of months ago, we used to play all of our Little League and Babe Ruth games over at the local school, and it made the school kind of a fun place and a welcoming place instead of a place of drudgery or teachers and homework.
That happens, you know, you always want to have that positive experience. I mean, no offense, but I do remember my English teacher, Mr. Burr Hickman. He gave me a D, believe it or not, in senior composition. But I learned how to compose a sentence and a paragraph. He's still a friend today, now in retirement. But we also remember our coaches, you know, and who they were and the efforts that they tried to help our physical fitness. Physical fitness leads to mental fitness, and one of the things we've dropped in our educational program is fitness, and I'm a great proponent of that as well as many others, and you'll see more of this in our schools as we all push along. It's an important value. I don't think children can learn unless they're physically fit.
We have virtually no time left, but very quickly, what's going on with Griffith Park 6 months after the fire?
It's coming back, restoration. It's amazing. The hydro mulch was very successful. We've had 2 rains, but you can see the natural growth pumping and busting through the soil. It's a wonderful place to walk in the morning. More trails are being opened every week. Come back to Griffith Park, drive up to the observatory, come up and take a hike from the Charlie Turner Trailhead to the 1,625-foot summit of Mount Hollywood, and you'll be a great Angelino. And if you're there at 6 in the morning, I may get a chance to say hello to you.
And on a clear day, it is a beautiful view from up there. District 4 Councilmember Tom LaBonge, thanks for coming in and talking with us on Council Week in Review.
Thank you.
The 45-day report back was unanimously approved by your Los Angeles City Council, and we look forward to bringing you the recommendations for implementing the joint use pilot programs in a few weeks. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of City Council meetings and programming about City Department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And we invite you to address the Los Angeles City Council on any item on the council agenda, as well as during public comment. You may come downtown to City Hall or go to the Van Nuys City Hall and participate via video teleconferencing. And remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending December 14th, 2007. On behalf of Monty Duarte and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
This is Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, and I'd like to wish each and every Angelino a safe and happy holiday season and a bright and prosperous new year. This has been a year of great accomplishment in our city. I'm proud of the progress we've made in making Los Angeles safer, in education reform, in attempting to relieve gridlock, and in connecting our communities. We have more work to do. The road ahead is filled with so much hope and promise. May we all be guided by truth, strength, and dignity to forge ahead together toward a better future.
Hello. How are you?
Good morning. This is a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Wednesday, December 19th, 2007. I'm Councilmember Wendy Gruhl. I'd like to thank Council Members Huizar, Parks, Perry, and Zine for being here. I'd like to ask Council Members Garcetti, Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Labange, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson to make their way to the council chambers so we can begin our our council meeting. This is the last council meeting of the year. Just a reminder that all items today will be going forthwith to the mayor for his signature. With that, again, council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Labange, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, please to make their way to our council chambers. If you're unable to be with us today, we hope that you are watching us on Channel 35, or you can also access us through www.lacity.org or through council phone. We meet, as I mentioned, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the first Friday of the month we are in the San Fernando Valley. So we hope to begin this meeting momentarily. morning. Thank you. We are going to begin our council meeting. If you could, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 10 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. If we could run through the agenda, please.
First order of business is approval of the minutes.
Mr. Smith moves. Mr. Rosendahl seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those will be approved.
First items on the agenda, Madam President, are items noticed for public hearings. Items 1, 2, and 3 are ordinances, and I believe 12 council members will be present today. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
We will hold items 1 through 3 on the desk.
That would leave, let's see, next items then are items 4 through 13. Those are also public hearing items, and the recommendation for council action is to open the hearing and to continue the hearing and ordinances to January 9th.
That will be the order. We will open the hearing and continue those till January 9th. Next items?
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held. Items 14 through 17 are commissioners. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, we will hold 14 through 16 on the desk. 17, excuse me.
And next then would be 18 through 38. The ordinances are 18, 19, 20, and 21. Do you wish to hold those on the desk too?
Yes, we will hold those on the desk for the ordinances.
And that would leave before council 22 through 38. Committee reports have been submitted on 23, 24, 35, and 36. And on 38, the committee report has been submitted, and there are 2 reports on the file, and they conflict. A motion is required, and also on 37.
Okay. Let's first go, yes, Mr. Parks, any specials, or do you want to indicate
We
which?
can just hold 38 for a second till we review the committee report.
Parks. Mr. Rosendahl, you would like to call 30 special? Mr. Zine is looking out for you. Any other specials, colleagues, on these items? We're up to 38. 38 has been held on the desk, and number 30, a motion is required, I believe, on item 37. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it is. There are 2 reports, and I believe the recommendation on A would be the more current one if council wishes to adopt that one.
Which committee was that? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that was Plum and HCED.
Plum and HCED. I do not see either of those chairs of those committees, so we'll just hold 37 for the moment, and we'll check with Mr. Reyes' staff on that item, on item 37. Thank you. Any other specials, colleagues, on those items? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Next items?
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held. Items 39 through 71. 10 votes are required for consideration. 39 through 49 are ordinances. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, we do. We'll go ahead and hold those on the desk for the moment for the remaining council members. I think we just need one more council member, correct?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
And I believe on item number 62I, which is one of the special events, there is a substitute motion that is in the works.
And there is a card on that item. Any other specials, colleagues? Mr. Parks.
Special,
I'm sorry, we didn't hear you because your microphone was
I'm
not.
sorry, 52, 59, and 60.
52, 59, and 60. Any other specials, colleagues? Yes, Mr. Labange.
Mr. Garcetti coming?
Yes.
Good, okay. I just wanted to recognize Rich Galvin from London, England, right here. Give him a welcome to Los Angeles here. Came all the way across the pond. There you go.
Thank you. Any other specials, colleagues, on those items? Special is called 52, 59, and 60. 62 for cars, and the ordinance will be held until we have one other council member present. No other specials. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Those items have been approved. Next items.
Madam President, do you wish to take up the special meeting at this time, or do you wish to take a public
Yes,
comment?
we will take the special meeting at this time.
Do you wish to recess the...
We'll recess the regular meeting.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First item.
First two items, items 72 and 73, are items for which public hearings have been held. Committee reports have been distributed to the council members on those two items.
Excuse me. So those items are now before us. No specials. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Those items have been approved.
The next item on the special meeting is item 74. That's an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay. Would anyone like to call item 74 special? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. That item is approved. Next item.
And that concludes the special meeting, Madam President. Do we
Thank you.
adjourn that?
Yes, we will adjourn that meeting. If you could ask the guards to see if we can get one other council member here, Han Westenor Garcetti, that we can go through the other remaining items. It is a little noisy in the chambers. If we could ask everyone to please keep their conversations to a minimum. Staff, if you have conversations, to please go outside the council chambers. Shh. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam President, do you wish to take a public comment at this time?
Yes, we'll take public comment at this time. I'd like to ask Noel Weiss, followed by Marcos Tapia. Then we'll go Sharon Brewer, Arnold Sachs, and Michael Carrion. Noel Weiss.
Council members, good morning. My name is Noel Weiss. I wanted to make a quick public comment here in light of the fact that there was a major issue in the last 3 weeks relating to a tenant matter involving some tenants on Magnolia and Mr. Sheffel. Apparently, Mr. Sheffel is now not paying the $40,000. We're now back to, after all that we've gone through, I had one of my people contact him, and his response is, I'm not going to pay because I may not want to build out my project. Now, we're in a circumstance where, as a result of that, we're back to Lincoln Place, only this is a small one, but this is this exact same dynamic. People make promises to you people in order to get these considerations, and then when they get them, they basically violate them. We're back. It's important. And again, I said to Mr. Reyes' committee yesterday, 1227.1, that's a nuisance abatement statute. Technically, this is a nuisance. As a result, it's appropriate for this city council to direct the planning department to abate the nuisance by having an administrative hearing. Nobody wants to take away Mr. Sheffel's track map rights and land use entitlements without a fair hearing. But I think in light of what has occurred, he either has to pay up within a reasonable period of time, or he should lose his track map rights after due process, after a hearing, and that's where 1227.1 under the LA Municipal Code provides for. And I would just ask the Madam President, as well as the City Council, that since after all that we've been through, that it's appropriate that these monies get paid to these people within a reasonable period of time, or he can just abandon the track map, and that'll be the end of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You did speak to my staff this morning, who will follow up on that.
I did, and I really appreciate it, Madam President. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Madam President, for the record, you should know that this item was continued 3 or 4 times in an attempt to understand the hardships of the tenants as well as our legal abilities to move this item. So I don't want to misconstrue the impression that Mr. Weiss is making about our insensitivity to tenants. That's by far, far from the truth.
I appreciate that, Mr. Reyes, because we have worked closely together on that. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, President, council members. Regarding the Las Lomas project, the Mike Antonovich has opposed the large development. Mr. Smith also has spoken on this matter, and we ask that Richard Alarcon stand with the Council District 7 homeowners who live in Sylmar, because that project is too big and it'll be a negative impact. The county supervisor did approve 200 or 220 homes, so please respect the county supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go out to Sharon Brewer in the San Fernando Valley.
Hi, Sharon Brewer, public comment. City clerk running neighborhood council elections starting spring 2008 approved 10 yes, 1 no, even though questions about outreach to neighborhood councils questioned. Question, city council members, did each of you contact each neighborhood council in your district to ask how they and their stakeholders felt about being told when their elections will be held and how their term on the NC board will be when the city clerk takes over their elections. Done. Assistant General Manager Bong Wong Kim, did your department notify each of the 89 neighborhood councils explaining in detail what the city clerk running their elections will mean? No more every year elections, longer terms on NC. If yes, please show me the proof. Email sent. I hear city council members say to different departments, get NC input. But when something directly affects the NCs, did the 15 council members make sure that all 89 NCs knew about the city clerk running their elections at the beginning, and make sure that Dunn notified all 89 NCs? Council member comments about complaints about elections. Did anyone ask what the problem with the elections were? Maybe Dunn staff not responding to questions or being at meetings. Dunn comment on amount of staff time spent on NC elections. Please show me the detailed report showing hours spent on each NC election. If Dunn staff spent so much time dealing with NC elections, why were there so many complaints about the NC elections? Enough for neighborhood council elections. I want to talk about the article in the Daily News. It says police fire seek bigger budgets. Something has to be done when departments think that they don't have to take and cut back. I know that public safety is important, but to not even say that they're going to try and just stay the same, that they want 8% more, is not acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Arnold Sachs, followed by Michael Carrion, followed by Dennis Wyrick and Armando Herman.
Wyrick?
Dennis, are you Dennis?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Yeah,
Arnold, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. In regards to a project that's been long overdue in the 14th District, Jose Cuizar and the council people there have been kind of like overlooking the project. Thanks. And I've kind of been a part of the community for about 50 years, and the VNOC community, which I represent back in that district. The project is like over budget now, but it's been held back for 7 years. So therefore, I was wondering if the project would ever get off the ground back then. And as it has now we're under, like we thought that the budget is over. We're over budgeted, but it's been held back for 7 years. And I was just kind of bringing this to the council's attention. And there's things in the community that we've been looking for to get taken care of as to how the daycare is going to be resolved, and the low budget income homing is going to be taken care of over there. There's been a few projects that have been brought to our attention, and that is the project, like I said, the daycare at Evergreen and 2nd Street, and it hasn't been resolved as to the budget, and if they are going to finish the project or not on time. It was a deadline given to us in that was going to be finished within this year of 2007, and it's going to be over in a couple of days. And I was just curious if that project was going to be over by this year. Jose Cuizar seems, and his council members seem to be letting this project go on, and I was just curious if that was going to be handled. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Sachs, if you could hold on just 1 second. We're going to interrupt public comment. Don't go far. We do have 12 members present. Madam Clerk, could you let us know those items that were 12 vote required that we will be voting on?
Yes, Madam President. Those items were 1, 2, 3, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 39 through 49.
Colleagues, those items are now before us. Madam...
Sorry, yes. Madam President, we have one more council member. We need to do the votes again.
Okay.
Or do the items again. That was 1 through 3, 18 through 21, and 39 through 49.
Thank you. Those items are now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Those items have been approved. We are going to just reconsider real quickly. There were two items you mentioned that we did not have the reports on the desk, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Madam President. Those were items 35 and 36. They were adopted inadvertently. The committee's not finished yet, and those reports should be coming in shortly.
Okay, those items will, if we need to vote to reconsider those items, open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Those items are be held on the desk. Now, Mr. Sachs, the anticipation. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam President. Arnold Sachs. Very quickly, I'd just like to point out why you held those items is beyond me. I know you needed 12 council members, but as you can clearly see looking around the horseshoe, there are not 12 people sitting in their seats, so the vote would have been a vote, whatever it was, you know. No vote is a yes vote. But I wanted to talk about today was an article in today's Daily Breeze very quickly. The FCC says broadcast firms can own papers. Overturning a 32-year ban, the FCC voted to allow broadcasters in the nation's 20 largest media markets to also own a newspaper. I hate to say this to you, but they're now, in the next 15 years, 20 years, controlling the media voice. The number of outlets to express your opinion is going limited, down to zero. Between controlling your voice for reason and the Patriot Act, I feel safer already. I'd like to also talk a little bit about the Coliseum Commission that's going to be meeting today. I spoke at the County Board of Supervisors regarding this. There's been several articles in the newspaper. Basically, what I don't understand is how the Coliseum Commission, which doesn't own the property, can have a lease agreement with the USC, which wants to use the property, which is owned by the state. I can understand the commission wants to have use of the property for other events, but then they would also have to have a lease with the state. And since it's taken them 10 years and they still haven't gotten a lease, for them to be doing any talking is just counterproductive. And according to USC Senior Vice President Todd Dickey, who is leading the negotiations, both sides seem to be negotiating in good faith and appear to have a long-term lease on our common goal. Well, if you have the state, the commission, and the USC, that's three parties. There's more than two sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Carrion. Armando Herman. Michael Carrion, and then Armando. Mr. Carrion.
Yes, City Council. My name is Michael Carrion. I'm from the 14th District. And I'm here today just to wish everybody happy holidays. I know during the year I've been a little difficult with some of you people. But basically it's just constructive criticism. I'm trying to get you guys to see something that you may not see out there in the city where I have to live. I was born and raised in this city, and I'm passionate about my community and my city. So when I do come here and I do bring these issues to you, it is not to be a royal pain, but if that's what it takes, and that's what it takes. But I'd like to say to each and every one of you, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. I know your job is very difficult, especially when you have somebody like me coming here. But again, I'm here to just wish you guys happy holidays. And to my councilman, I know I put him through most. Thank you very much. Have a good year.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays to you, too. Armando Herman.
Yes, good morning, council chambers and council members. I would like to bring to your attention again the distrust towards the public. When I say distrust, I'm talking about the rise of taxes throughout the city of Los Angeles. Many of us are being affected by it. And a good example is Mr. Dennis Wyrick was here talking to you about the issue on child care or child service. For 7 to 8 years now, we've been in litigation to have this project completed. And Mr. Wyrick is correct. He's right. When and why has this project not been finished in a timely manner, according to budget? Why should the taxpayers continue to drop into a bucket thousands and to millions of dollars on projects that have been extended time and over again? We need cooperation of the city to function at its most appropriate manner to get projects expedite it in a manner that is appropriate to the public. Taxpayers don't want to be taxed no more than we've been taxed. It's difficult enough with all the foreclosures. It's difficult enough with housing at its highest level. It's distraught. And the gargantuan problem that Los Angeles is creating to housing is horrible. I know I'm going off on two different subjects. Mr. Reyes is aware of the problem of housing in our area. Mr. Weezer is aware of it. We're waiting for the Sears project to be done. That's been in a wait for several years under the hands of boxer Mr. De La Hoya, you see? So we're on the same page. All I ask is that, on a different manner, David Adelman, again, David Andrew Adelman of DBS, appropriately take his team of... May I start? Thank you. All I ask is that David Adelman appropriately take his staff to the level of providing what DBS is supposed to provide for its public. Efficiency, accountability, and effectiveness when applying permits and applying so forth. If the city can fast track for developers, then it should fast track for people like ourselves that want to extend our homes. And at the same time, if we're going to be taxed, we might as well be taxed for a purpose and a reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chuck Tenon, followed by Yvonne Michelle Aubry and Anna Fedkotovich.
Good morning, council members. Chuck Tenon, President Wendy Gruhl. Ed Reyes worked very hard, and he's right about the 3 or 4 times, but after agreeing to paying the $20,000 to the tenants, yesterday I had a tenant call Gary Sheffield, the developer, and he refused to pay the money to the tenants, told that tenant that, and he's going to build apartments, and he's using Rick Orlov's article that came out in the paper. He should honor the track map approval condition to pay for it or abandon it. And overall this year, City Council did a good job on many issues like tenant issues and relocations. Next year they can do even more. We need city housing policies. I want to commend the Housing Committee and Herb Wesson, Housing Department, for taking a big step forward in housing issues. I want to commend Wendy Gruhl for continuing her hardworking efforts in moving transportation and traffic, Tom LaBonge for being a gentleman, Dennis Stein for making a comment saying, hey Chuck, you'd make a good deputy planner. I also wanted to say on a brighter note, wish you all happy holidays. Council members Janice Hahn and Eric Garcetti are blessed with leadership and a hidden talent that they should share with others and the other council members as a gesture of goodwill and share it with their colleagues. Janice is a great singer. Eric is an accomplished pianist. I gave them a beautiful song. Janice said to me, if Eric plays piano, I'll sing on it. Their staff said it's a great idea. I'm trying to get them to do this. I need your help. On a final note, as a gesture of goodwill for 2008, Councilmember Jack Weiss needs to have a little more compassion and warmth and feeling from the heart for his fellow council members, the public, and constituents, and not continue to be a self-centered, cold-hearted individual, and he wants to be the next city attorney. Thank you.
Chuck, we'll work on getting Janice and Eric to do that, and it was a good year, Chuck. You became a homeowner, and so that was a good year in 2007. Yvonne Michelle Autry.
Yes, thank you for correcting that. It is Yvonne Michelle Autry, not Aubrey. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year early. Again, I'd like to just make sure that I continue to remind you to consider maintaining the ratio of affordable housing units relative to the market rate units, which of course are much more lucrative for your city. But those of us that have availed ourselves of affordable housing have lived here longer. We were here first. We're squatting, if you will, and it's our right to maintain our tenants' rights to occupy and to maintain the units that we have without being endangered by the gentry and with rising rent because of the because of the conversions and because of the redevelopment. I'm an artist. I also appreciate the redevelopment, but you have to understand, with this black water mentality that you have, and you feel that you're cleaning up the streets, you have to remember that there are disabled, there are senior citizens, which this government is responsible for, and there are veterans who are also being displaced. So I hope you take that in consideration. I'd also like to raise a question of where the homeless are being relocated. Are they taken to mental facilities? Mental hospitals? Are they taken to convalescent homes? I'm concerned about that. I'm also concerned about an increased attack on people like myself in the community, such as character assassinations, defamation of characters perpetrated against those of us that are simply standing on our tenant rights and our right to freedom of speech. Hopefully these character assassinations will be stopped as they are continually exposed, because we will not go away as long as our civil rights and our tenants' rights we feel are in peril. We have a right to speak out, and we will continue. Last but not least, again, with this cleansing attitude, I hope that you all look in your hearts during this holiday season, as we all must, because again, we all have civil rights. That means the wealthy, the housed, the homeless, and those that have been disparaged. I look at your ceilings, and in celebrating the birth of Christ, I see so many Greek gods. You know, Christ came to drive out all demons and pagans and bring in one true God. So look in your own hearts before you judge others.
Thank you very much. Anna Faktovic, I'm sorry, I'm going to mispronounce your name. Anna? Sorry.
This is Anna Faktovic. I am here to make a comment about an agenda item that was on the Housing, Community and Economic Development Committee special meetings agenda, but I didn't have a chance before. This is on Position 6 that was presented today before the Council, the Committee on the Economic Impact on the Writers Guild of America. And I am selling my first screenplay in Los Angeles. I am not a member of the Writers Guild yet. I am going bankrupt due to several harassments that I endured in the last 2 years. When on several occasions I was presented with prevented from finding employment. As a result of these abuses, one security officer was fired from his job. As a non-member of the Writers Guild, I cannot obtain the support funds available for members of the Guild who are seeing financial hardships as a result of the strike. I believe that the Writers Guild and the production companies on the other side should make an exception for all struggling first-time screenplay writers who are working on selling their screenplay for the first time, allowing them to make any sales that they might be able to strike with the production companies, independent or major production companies. Furthermore, I believe that continuing the strike into the new year, I have been told by several production companies and agencies that many of them usually take a holiday for the vacation during the New Year and Christmas, and then they go back to work. Usually is a violation of artistic and financial liberties of all writers. And so I believe they have to go back to the negotiating table and resolve their dispute.
Thank you very much for being here. That is our last public comment card. We have closed public comment. Madam Clerk, I believe we'll go to item number 17 next, which is a fire commissioner, before we take the other 3 CRA commissioners. If I could ask Ms. Diana Bonta to come to the center table.
Not on this.
Okay. Ms. Bonta, thank you so much. I know our Chair of Public Safety is not here today, but I have had the pleasure of knowing you for a very long time and pleased for your interest in serving on the Fire Commission. If you could just briefly kind of tell us your willingness and interest to serve on the Commission and what you'd like to do as a Fire Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilwoman. As indicated, I have known you for a number of years, and many of you here in the Council. For the last 30 years, I've been employed in various not-for-profit healthcare ventures here in the city of Los Angeles. I'm the former director of health services for the state of California under Gray Davis, and I currently work as vice president for public affairs at Kaiser Permanente at their Walnut Center facility in Pasadena. And I'm interested, certainly, and honored to be considered to serve the City of Los Angeles in this capacity in terms of dealing with the issues of the fire department. And I look to certainly participate and to hear from the public and to participate in the commission meetings in terms of the Board of Fire Commissioners.
Great. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much for your service. As we spoke earlier, I said I'm surprised that you have this kind of time to dedicate to the city. I want to remind the people of Los Angeles that you're actually here before us to be confirmed for a volunteer position, a very important position, but that means that you're not getting paid for it. You're having to find time away from your family, away from your work, away from your other responsibilities. Can you remind the people of Los Angeles what your main job is these days?
Surely. Thank you, Council Member. My main job is for the Corporation of Not-for-Profit Kaiser Permanente, and I work as Vice President of Public Affairs. I've been, over the last 3 years, I have worked there. I've been very fortunate to hire great staff members. It includes the area of media. It includes community relations, government relations. It includes the area of multimedia development, and also in the area of community benefit. Kaiser Permanente has, in the community, made an investment of about $400 million in services in Southern California to agencies, part of our commitment to ensuring a healthier community. I appreciate your comments about time. It will cut into a lot of my personal time, but I have benefited from being a citizen here in the City of Los Angeles, and I look forward to joining my colleagues.
One basic question is public health and public safety interrelated?
Yes, they are. As former Director of Health for the City of Long Beach and as former Director of Health Services for the State of California, we really rely tremendously on all of the public service entities, and certainly as it relates to good health, you look to a robust emergency medical services response. You look to leadership in public safety departments as well. So yes, they are related.
Thank you, and thank you for reminding the people of Los Angeles what vast experience you have. You've been involved at the state level in a very high position, protecting and trying to do what's best for the people of California when it comes to this important issue of health care for everyone. And in addition to that, I want to just compliment you and thank you for your professionalism. I've dealt with you on a one-on-one basis on many issues when I was in the legislature, and I was very, very pleased to see you come to Los Angeles and in the capacity of working with Kaiser, which has a tremendous facility that serves the San Fernando Valley and beyond, that happens to be geographically in my district. So my contact with you and my interactions with you have always been wonderful. In addition to that, I think it's important for everybody to understand that by my experience, you understand your responsibilities, you understand what you need to do and what you shouldn't do, etc., and you're always a professional. So thank you very much, and I look forward to your professionalism playing out on this Fire Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you. Just a technical question on a matter here, just real quick. On 36, I think the questions have been asked, so if we could consider that so the airport director can go back. Madam Clerk advised me afterwards and keep running my time. Thank you for your service to the City of Los Angeles. Thank you for your past service as a representative of Kaiser. I know you were so helpful in adding extra hours for children to swim in public pools in Los Angeles. So remember that when we're out at Griffith Park. You live in Carthay Circles. Here's the tough question. What's the number of your engine company?
Oh.
58, if I got you right there, right on Robertson. You got it right there. I think it's so important to have a hospital background with the fire department because 80% of their runs are medical emergencies. So that expertise will help as a commissioner to do that, to be able to express that need, to be supportive for the hospital care.
Yes.
Any experience you had in your life with the fire department at all that you want to express?
Certainly visiting 58 was part of my experience as well, having been a resident of Carthay Circle for more than 23 years and originally living in the same zip code for another 6 years. So we've had the pleasure of going to community events when they've had open houses and seeing the work of our firefighters in the community. So that's been a very positive experience. I know that we have challenges in front of us, and look forward to working with the Fire Commission in terms of some of the resolutions.
Thank you, and I appreciate your service to the City of Los Angeles. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr.
If we can
President.
have the Sergeant at Arms quiet down the chambers. It's extremely loud in here. There's conversations all over the place. Sergeant at Arms, can you please quiet it down? Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For full disclosure, we did some television shows together, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
And what did we talk about?
We talked about health care. We talked about issues that we're facing the community, specifically on directions on public health, on bioterrorism, on emergency services, a range of topics.
Yeah, I must say that your leadership on those shows and your leadership in healthcare issues has been fantastic for all of us. I mean, I'm outraged that our nation does not have health care for its people, the richest nation on earth, you know, and we're in a meltdown right now. But you took real leadership with us on that issue, and I just pray that the state can get its act together and put something meaningful before us. I obviously believe in a single payer, get the insurance companies out of health care. It's ridiculous. But on the subject here, as Mr. Labange so aptly said, over 80% of the 911s to the fire department are for what?
For emergency services.
Emergency services, not a fire, but it's the paramedic opportunity. And so with your background, starting as a nurse and then in all the leadership capacities, I know you will give us the comfort level. I just got another ambulance, Series 800, for Fire Station 67, which serves Playa Vista and the 5,000 residents there, and a piece of Del Rey right next to it. But all in my district, I have 12 fire stations. They all have the paramedic opportunities, so we know that when you dial 911, somebody can get there in a few minutes if it's a critical moment. But we look forward to your continued leadership on health care issues with us. Don't be afraid to continue to talk about what we need to do as a strategy for overall health care for our people, because that's tied right to the fire department as well. Bless you for stepping up, and congratulations. I know you'll be approved.
Thank you for your words. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Alarcon.
Hi, Diana.
Hi.
Of course, we did a lot of work in Sacramento. Yes. I want to congratulate you for a tremendous, not just resume, but I have to say for my colleagues that when things were rough, you always had the same attitude, positive spirit, and were always there to assist us in your capacity, whether it's as a secretary to the governor or working for a private corporation. So I'm very pleased that you're here. But I'm looking for a champion. Greg is familiar with this, but the fact is that the San Fernando Valley does not have a 24-hour pediatric trauma care center. The fire department has to transport kids quite often to Children's Hospital or UCLA, and I'm working very hard to try to establish 24-hour pediatric trauma care in the San Fernando Valley. The fire department has not produced information that I need to finish that argument, and that information is how much does it cost us every year to fly people by emergency transport helicopters, and what liability and jeopardy do we suffer as a result of that, and what would we potentially save by creating a pediatric trauma care. So I'm hoping you will help me get that information. But more than that, I hope that you will join with me in my efforts to create a 24-hour pediatric trauma care, because you are so familiar with the emergency services system from the private sector, and we really need in the San Fernando Valley to make that happen. So, you got my vote. I just want to know if I can count on your leadership in that specific issue.
I'll certainly look into it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Wisar.
Thank you, and just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for your service, and I'm really excited about this appointment. You have proven leadership. We've seen what you've done, and I'm excited about this, particularly because there's one other health professional on this panel, and when we think about the fire department, we often forget about a lot of the health issues involved in that, so it's good to have your perspective and your leadership on it. Also, in my audits committee, we're going over a number of issues, particularly the controller's audit that she did on the fire department as to how to continue to improve practices in the culture to avoid the types of unfortunate situations that we've seen. And I think with your perspective and leadership, we could work well together to continue to address that. And so I look forward to working with you again, and thank you for your service.
I do as well. Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning.
The fire department's had some challenges.
Yes.
You've read about in the newspaper. A new inspector general has been recommended to assist in that. In your position at Kaiser, have you dealt with human resources and some of the issues dealing with some of the concerns the fire department's had with their personnel?
I haven't specifically in Kaiser dealt with the fire department personnel issues. I have in my capacity as former director of Department of Health Services certainly dealt with a lot of personnel issues. That in that capacity I had 6,000 employees throughout the state of California for 4.5 years. So there were significant challenges in terms of hiring practices. There were significant challenges in terms of disciplinary action in that capacity. I also, in my capacity as Director of Health Services for the City of Long Beach, it was about 450 personnel that reported through me. So again, some challenges as well. So I would think that there are some of the tough questions that have to be asked. I'm familiar with that and can raise those issues, and certainly I understand that there are challenges in terms of the audit response and the work that we need to do in the Commission.
So you do have an experience in that, which is basically what they need. With Chief Berry, he's had a different attitude from in the past about holding people accountable and responsible. The concern that we have here is when it comes to the liability payouts, where millions of dollars are paid out because of workplace activity, where one firefighter is upset with another fighter, lawsuits filed, then millions of dollars that could be used for other types of wonderful programs. So just as a policymaker at the fire department, as a commissioner, be cognizant of that. But Chief Berry's done a great job turning it around.
Good.
We've given him an inspector general to enhance the disciplinary process, not always negative, but positive discipline. But with your experience in the past coming from the state of California and experience in Long Beach dealing with hundreds of people, that should serve well in that endeavor, because the fire department, and honestly, has been lacking in that. It's been a situation that's gone on for a number of years where it's a male-dominated environment, and now it's not a male-dominated environment. So some of the challenges that happen there obviously happen in the state of California with other government employment. And we want to eliminate the problems, eliminate the hostility, eliminate the waste of dollars that have to go out in liability payouts that can also obviously be used for other valuable purposes. So I welcome you to that. It seems like your experience serves well in this challenging assignment, but I think with the administration that they have in the fire department now and your fellow commissioners well in tune to making it professional. It is professional.
Yes.
The people of Los Angeles aren't unhappy with them. It's just internally there's been some challenges and some problems that have come to public light and cost us a lot of dollars. So I welcome you on board to the city family as a commissioner with the LA City Fire Department.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you.
Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, Madam President and members. I just want to say that given all of the good things and the job that you did when you were with the state, that I look forward to working with you again. So thank you for agreeing to serve. I have no questions. I'm just excited. I think that the city is getting a real effective, thorough individual. So welcome aboard.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesson.
Thank you very much. I think everyone's got a chance to speak. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you
Look
very
forward
much.
to serving.
I know we're going to take our next three commissioners together. If we could ask all of the CRA reappointments to come to the table. Mr. Wesson, there had been a request, because not everyone got to, there was quite a big room today, or big attendance in the room, to open up for about 10 minutes of public comment. Would you like to do that? We do have several cards of people, I guess, that didn't get to speak this morning.
Nah, no, of course.
Okay. We do that first, and then I will acknowledge you. This did come out of your committee this morning, and then Mr. Alarcon. The first is I think we're just going to do a minute apiece on these items. Maria Elena Durazo, Robert Hunter, Kevin Norton, Reverend Sandy Richards will be the first four.
No?
Yes, Ms. Perry.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to do this, but I would like to make a motion to separate the individuals because we'll be voting. We'll
vote separately on each of them as they go forward. Yes.
Good morning, council members. Maria Elena Durazo, I'm Secretary Treasurer of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor. And on behalf of hundreds of thousands of workers in the labor movement, I strongly urge you to support the reappointment of Commissioners Joan Ling, John Perez, and Bruce Ackerman to the board of the CRA. These commissioners together represent a very good cross-section of our city and bring a depth of experience to their role. They all three rely on each other to give leadership. Our challenge here is to do everything possible to make sure we have good middle-class jobs. I believe these commissioners are fighting to make sure that we have good middle-class jobs, regardless of the industry, from construction to retail to hotels. In the 2 years that our members and affiliates have worked, especially with Ms. Ling, we have found her to be one of the most patient, thoughtful decision makers in the city family, willing to listen to everyone and always basing her decisions on strong reasons. Because of this, the LA Labor Movement is counting on you to support the reappointments of Commissioners Ling, Ackerman, and Perez. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we'd always called Mr. Hunter, followed by Kevin Norton and Sandy Richards. Mr. Hunter, I think you did speak at in the last hearing, so if you want to give up your time to someone else, would you like to do that to Kevin Norton? Okay.
I'll just go. Kevin Norton, IBW Local 11, the Electricians Union. And I would like to concur with Sister Durazo, and she covered most of the subjects I was going to bring up here, but I would just like to say the commissioners before us represent a whole breadth of the community, and they certainly all speak for a certain constituency loudly, and they all deserve to be reappointed. Thank you.
Sandy Richards, followed by Laddie Williams, followed by Madeline Janis.
I'm Reverend Sandy Richards, proud Los Angelian. I currently reside in Mr. Labanja's district and work in Ms. Perry's. As pastor of First United Methodist Church, I've seen development go up all around me. I know how important it is to have a strong CRA. I first met Joan Ling 13 years ago while serving Church in Ocean Park in Santa Monica. In the course of the interfaith social advocacy work that I've done, I've come to rely on Joan Ling as a thoughtful, caring, and stalwart, fair-minded advocate for the common good. Her honor and integrity are unimpeachable. You already know that she's a developer, and that's what she does well. She knows the details of the process, but she has the rare ability to see both details and the big picture. She listens carefully to all sides, even and most especially to those who don't agree with her, because she's looking for the best possible project. She's willing to change her mind if she thinks she needs to. Finally, she's an important part of the diversity of the CRA. As a citizen, I'm really glad to see spirited discussions on the CRA. I watch on cable, and it makes me know as a citizen that these spirited discussions are leading to the best possible decisions. So I urge that you approve the mayor's appointment of Joan Ling to the CRA. Thank you.
Laddie Williams, followed by Madeline Janis, followed by Joe Stringer. Laddie Williams.
Hi. So one of the things that have come up, I know, with especially Joan Ling's reappointment is, kind of questions about what has Joan Ling done here, what has Joan Ling done there, what has Joan Ling done in CD 11. And I just want to tell a story. I work with an organization called Power, People Organized for Westside Renewal, and I know that Joan Ling gave pro bono a ton of her time to help us fight a group called Tremel Crow. They originally came into CD 11, they were saying, we're doing this 300-unit luxury development. We can't give you much towards the Mellow Act requires that they put in affordable housing. They said, we can't do that, but what we can give you is $250,000. Well, Joan Ling came in, she took the numbers they gave us, she crunched the numbers and gave them back and said, oh, yes, you can. We ended up getting over 200 units of affordable housing in there. We ended up, over 27 units of affordable housing, and we ended up getting like $13 million of affordable housing. So that's why she needs to be reappointed.
Thank you. Madeline Janis, followed by Joel Stringer and Noel Rodriguez.
Hello, members of the council. I'm Madeline Janis. I'm here today as a commissioner, a fellow commissioner, and as an individual. I'm here to support all three nominees. My colleagues, part of the team, I don't always agree with them, but I think they are the finest group of people that I've ever had the opportunity of working with. I strongly believe, after 5.5 years on the CRA Commission, that there's an extremely important role for the CRA under state law and under city law for an independent board with skills and fresh eyes that is also accountable to both the council, the mayor, and to the community. And I've had probably the largest perspective of any of these commissioners, being there the longest, and I have seen huge criticisms made of the CRA over the years. Criticisms that we're deal-driven, that we agree to sloppy, unenforceable agreements, that we give unnecessary giveaways without getting enough back, we don't have record-keeping, evaluation, all of these problems. And I want to urge you to look at the record of the last 2 years. We don't hear those arguments anymore. We hear some concerns, but we have such support from so many areas of the city, and that's because of such a diligent, wonderful board. And I do believe that we need to work closer with you, closer with all of you. It is touch and go because we are prohibited from lobbying, and so I think we have to figure out what's the right role for our commissioners to be in agreement with you and to be doing our best job for the people of the city.
Thank you very much. Joe Stringer, Noel Rodriguez.
Robbie Hunter. I'm president of the Ironworkers Union, and I'm here representing the building trades here today. 140,000 members doing construction here in Los Angeles, and we do a lot of business at the CRA. We find we're here to speak in approval of Joan Ling. We find that she is a tremendous representative for the public in the city of LA in development, speaking for projects and speaking for the benefit of using local hire and helping contractors make projects more desirable for the public of the city of Los Angeles. She's voted most of the time with the majority on the commission. And we believe that she's a voice for the underprivileged of the city, and she is also for local hire of citizens in the construction projects, which is something that the CRA, being for the benefit of the community, should always be for. Thank you very much.
Joe Stringer and Noel Rodriguez.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Joe Stringer. I'm a member of ACORN. I'm a resident of the city of Los Angeles. We have fought for affordable housing in new developments as a requirement. Joe Langerman has spent her life fighting for affordable housing. These developments are receiving millions of dollars assistance for the city. They should be required to make sure their project benefit the community. I know better than anyone that South Los Angeles needs development. I live there. But we can't just have any development. Joe Langerman has been a good watchdog for all community. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Rodriguez, Jatoon Valentin.
Good morning, council members. My name is Noel Rodriguez. I'm an organizer at Unite Here Local 11. My president, Tom Walsh, is out of the city. So on behalf of more than 10,000 workers in LA's hospitality industry, Local 11 strongly supports the reappointment of Commissioners Joan Ling, John Perez, and Bruce Ackerman to the board of the Community Redevelopment Agency. They represent a balance of business, worker, and community points of view. They work together to move an agenda that benefits all Angelenos. Projects before the agency have all moved forward and become better because of their input which ensures working and middle-class taxpayers get the most bang for our buck. For example, in projects where new hotels will be built with city money, we've worked with these commissioners and developers to make sure that workers receive a living wage and have a fair process to organize, free from management harassment. And Unite Here has worked closely with Commissioners Ling for over a decade. In Santa Monica, she supported the living wage, and she supported hotel workers in Santa Monica who struggled for years to improve their working conditions. And we won't forget that.
If I could just ask you to conclude.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, last speaker on this side, Jatoon Valentin. Okay, Lisa Payne. Lisa Payne. Oh, here she comes. Sorry I made you walk from the back of the room.
That's where I was. Hi, council members. Lisa Payne from SCANF. We're here to support the nomination of Joan Ling, renomination of Joan Ling to the CRA board, because it's crucial to have experts in all aspects of the community redevelopment on the CRA board, including affordable housing, especially at this time when we are in the midst of a housing crisis. And Joan Ling is an expert's expert, not only because of her extensive knowledge, but also because of her personal integrity. She doesn't hesitate to tell us advocates when she thinks we are looking at things should be looking at things in a different way. Ms. Ling is doing her job as one of 7 CRA board members, asking the questions and advocating positions that come out of her affordable housing expertise. The city, it's important that the city have someone with this expertise doing this on the CRA. It's not something that's been done, that they've had in the past, and it would be a real disservice to the city to silence this perspective on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one speaker against, but I will, before we go to that individual, I want to read the names of the individuals who were here today to speak in favor. Zhang Wan Nam was here on 15, and Larry Gross on 15. Then the rest of these were all 14, 15, and 16. Larry Taylor, Beth Steckler, Johnny O'Kane, Kendra Moore, Rose Rios, Lynn Hansen, Yasmin Tong, Susan Stouffer, Helen Garrett, Carla Andrus, Mindy Meyer, Karen Pally, Daryl Weist, looks like Bill Harris, Joe Hari, and Nelora Bell. If I could ask then Suzanne Eckerling.
Good morning. Suzanne Eckerling speaking on behalf of Tom Gilmore. As a former commissioner, I find it particularly difficult to oppose the nomination of a candidate brought forward by the mayor, but I believe in this case it's essential. I'm concerned that the mayor has chosen to renominate a candidate who appears to be so openly hostile to the development community, and that the mayor's own articulated goals for economic development are undermined. This renomination runs contrary to the development-friendly message emanating from the mayor's office and challenges the mission of the CRA itself. This is not a personal attack on Ms. Ling. I believe that her background and experience would serve the city well on an appropriate commission, but that the CRA is not that commission. During these times of difficult budgetary constraints, the mayor needs to send a strong signal to the city that he is serious about economic development, and absent that, the council needs to send a strong message to the mayor that is serious by holding him accountable. Thank you.
Brendan Huffman, followed by Verona Perez-Becker and Gary Waits.
Good morning, Brendan Huffman with VICA, Valley Industry and Commerce Association. I'll be very brief. I see this kind of like the staff evaluations I'm doing for my staff this week, and I think I know what the outcome is going to be for these 3 qualified individuals, and VICA would only hope that we see more consensus building with the commission as a whole, and perhaps a little less advocacy. We'd also recommend that individual commissioners who are working directly with developers include more of the commission staff and more of the commissioners, so that there's more openness about what is being discussed, so that we can come together on some of the needed projects we need, especially in North Hollywood. Thank you.
Veronica?
Veronica Perez Becker, CCA is dedicated to building a thriving downtown as vital to LA's economy. We have been actively involved in projects before the CRA board. Recently, CCA and its members have become increasingly concerned about policy recommendations and requirements promoted by Commissioner Ling and other members of the board. We believe these actions undercut the CRA's mission to revitalize underserved areas. In a 2006 letter to the board, the mayor instructed them to make project areas the best spots in LA to do new development. He told them not to impose new requirements on projects with no public subsidy. Despite the mayor's clear directive, Commissioner Ling has repeatedly violated that mandate. This results in the widely held perception in the business community that project areas are not the best place to invest. In light of the uncertain real estate market, the board must use its power to incentivize rather than stifle development. A vote against Joan Ling is not a vote against affordable housing, since improper extractions and ex parte communications hurt our economic development and housing production efforts. Hence, we respectfully request that you oppose Commissioner Ling's reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary? Is Gary here? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Gary Watts. I'm here to support Ms. Ling. I think the CRA is very, very important to us at this critical juncture in the city of Los Angeles' time right now with the housing issue. I think she brings a fair and balanced perspective. I think we need to have a balanced perspective in order to garnish gains for your constituents in the city of Los Angeles from this day forth. So therefore, I would strongly support the reappointment of Ms. Ling. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment period. Colleagues, before we begin the discussion, we do have two reports that have been put forward, and so that we can get our staff, Mr. LeBon so aptly said, back to work and back to the port. Madam Clerk, which items are there that we can consider now?
Those are items 35 and 36, and TCT committee met this morning and submitted reports on both of them, approving them both.
Yes, Mr. Parks, you have a question on 35 and 36?
I was going to ask if we can add 38 to that because we've gotten the budget and finance. We would move the budget and finance report.
Sounds great. 35, 36, and 38 are now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, are we able to do 37 as well?
Yes, if council wishes to. I believe that was the Plum report on 37.
Yes. So we'll adopt the Plum report on that item. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Okay. So for all of you just wondering where we are, we have 14, 15, 16, 17. That 14, 15, and 16 are now before us. The other items that have been called special are 52, 59, 60, and 62. We'll now go, oops, and we lost all of the speakers there. You kept them? Okay. Mr. Weston, I know, was the first. Mr. Alarcon was second. Ms. Perry, excuse me, and then Alarcon. Mr. Weston.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Today, in our committee, I think you saw government at its best. Where it relates to Mr. Ackerman and Mr. Perez, I don't know if you were there, but you guys were on the consent calendar. In fact, it blew my mind. I didn't think we were going to be able to do it. But we did have a discussion where related to Ms. Ling, where there were support and individuals who were opposed. I felt that the committee members were given the opportunity to voice concerns. We spent a considerable amount of time. I think that Ms. Ling learned a lot where it relates to the concerns by the council people and agreed that we are elected and should be respected, and she would work with us. So with that said, I would recommend that we as a council confirm all three appointees.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Ms. Perry?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and appreciate what Mr. Chairman has said. As I agreed that I voted affirmatively on consent for Mr. Ackerman and Mr. Perez, and I had asked and will ask again to have Ms. Ling broken out, because I think that we need to have a discussion. And while this may be personally uncomfortable for some of you, and believe me, I don't take any pleasure in this. I have only opposed one other commissioner the entire time that I've been here, but I have to say that most of my district is a redevelopment redevelopment area, and as such, I feel that I need to advocate on behalf of the people I'm elected to represent. We are elected and commissioners are appointed, and so I have to proceed in this discussion. It's extremely challenging to convince people to invest in redevelopment areas, particularly in a downturn real estate market, particularly going further south and south of the Santa Monica Freeway, because all of the commercial corridors south of the Santa Monica Freeway are redevelopment corridors as well. And developers who may feel that they're uncertain as to whether or not their projects will be approved, even after they have worked with the City Council office, the city agencies, the redevelopment agency, and the mayor's office, a measure of uncertainty that deters investment in project areas is what I fear the most, because it's already had a chilling effect. We serve people, particularly in the south part of the district, by creating more low-income housing. And so I'd like to ask Ms. Ling about a communication that was made to Interest in Sacramento, to community, it was made to Community Housing Law Project. And I believe that the issue was on changing state law, redevelopment law on low-income and housing cost limits in the County of Los Angeles, which includes the city. And an analysis of the effort is that the new policy might have had a negative effect on housing affordability for extremely low-income individuals, forcing them to pay a disproportionate share of their income on housing. Can you talk to us about that, Ms. Ling? Could you hold my time?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Perry. I believe that you're referring to a incident where I met with some CRA staff and local housing advocates to discuss this technical glitch in redevelopment law that sets redevelopment rents at substantially lower level than federal HUD rents for the same income level. So in other words, two families making exactly the same amount of money may be paying affordable rents that are substantially different from each other. As a commissioner, I sometimes provide my resources to CRA staff, and in this particular case, I agreed to meet with the staff and some local housing people to talk about this. We couldn't come to an agreement. I wrote a letter to Ms. Christine Minahan in Sacramento, who's a statewide housing advocate, and that's the end of the matter.
Okay, I have two letters in here, and I want to ask you an additional question about this. When you advocated this position, did you involve city employees in advocating that in Sacramento? Whole time?
When as you can see from the letters that I wrote to Ms. Christine Minahan, that both letters are under my employer's Community Corporation of Santa Monica's letterhead. I did not refer to any activities that I was doing on behalf of the CRA.
But let me ask you again, because maybe I wasn't clear. When we were in my office, I think you mentioned that you had involved some CRA staff in your organizing around this issue and advocacy in Sacramento. Can you, and I know at the time that you said you couldn't remember who they were, can you share with me what your strategy was there in involving CRA regional administrators?
Don't let her break the nexus between her private life and CRA. She took CRA staff.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I on? I was merely agreeing to try to help the CRA staff find some common ground with local housing advocates to see if there is consensus to pursue this issue. Since there wasn't any at that time, I believe that was like 18 months ago, the matter was dropped.
So just can I clarify one more time, because I'm not really clear on your answer. The CRA staff participated in the advocacy with you then?
It was not an advocacy meeting. It was merely a meeting to discuss whether there is any common ground. And if I remember correctly, the then housing director at the CRA arranged for that meeting, and he invited a number of the regional administrators.
I'm taking a look at the letter that was dated October the 19th, 2006, and we have a recommendations section, and it's kind of technical, but it does address redevelopment moderate income limits and calculations to very low income limits, very low income limit for 4, 2 and 1.2 equal moderate income, allowing redevelopment ownership housing costs, things like that. So when you were vetting this with folks in Sacramento, did you were you advocating on behalf of the city as well, and did you have authorization from the mayor's office to be able to do that?
As you can see, the letters was sent out under Community Corporation of Santa Monica's letterhead in my capacity as the executive director. So I was not advocating for the city of LA, nor was I representing the city of LA in that instance.
Just to clarify again, there were city employees involved in this. Is that correct?
My apologies. I didn't hear you.
There were city employees involved in the vetting of this issue. Am I correct? From your perspective, they were involved and engaged in the discussion with you, with folks in Sacramento.
I did provide a copy of the letter to some CRA staff, and I frankly can't remember the people involved. And in terms of the discussion, the CRA staff did mention that these are two issues that have prevented programs that would provide moderate income homeownership opportunities for people in some of the redevelopment areas, as well as making it very difficult to underwrite affordable rental housing.
Were CRA individuals present at the meetings that you held? Any of the meetings that you held with people involved in Sacramento advocacy?
I apologize. The room is a little bit, there's a lot of...
Thank you. Hold on. Well, if we could please, everyone their comments, if you could please take them outside, so that...
Okay.
So Councilmember Perry, I would request that you repeat your question.
I wanted to know, were there redevelopment agency or city employees involved in any meetings or telephone conversations regarding your advocacy on this position that you've written in the letter?
If the question is, was any CRA staff member present in discussing this matter with Christine Minahan up in Sacramento, the answer is no.
No, that's not my question. I wondered if you had involved, for example, maybe a fellow who's not there anymore, I think his name was Ricardo Noguera or Leslie Lambert, involved in any of these discussions regarding your advocacy and your position is set forth in these letters to Sacramento. Were they involved in meetings, phone conversations, drafting, things like that?
No. Let me clarify. The then housing director, as well as some of the regional administrators, came to me to talk about these two problems. Again, the two problems are redevelopment law makes it difficult to provide moderate income homeownership assistance to redevelopment area residents, and it also makes it very difficult to underwrite affordable rental housing projects. My response was to agree to meet with CRA staff and a few local housing advocates to discuss these two issues. And that's the extent of the CRA staff's involvement.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. I'll ask one more and then I'll press my button again. Your proposal is set forth in your letter. Would you share with us your analysis? Because the analysis that I've received from a few low-income housing advocates is that they're concerned, and this is what brought this to the forefront for me in the first place, otherwise I never really would have known, that your proposal would increase rents at a low to very low income level and assist moderate income people in the acquisition of a home or home buying, but that is not redevelopment law, nor is that a position that the Los Angeles City Council has taken yet. So can you tell me what your perspective is on this? What your perspective was in doing that?
Councilmember Perry, as I mentioned in committee, first and foremost, I wish to do no harm to low-income residents who live in Los Angeles City. With regard to the rents, particularly in Skid Row, where a lot of gentrification and a lot of market rate changes are taking place, the city already has a legal settlement that commits the developers as well as the CRA to make sure that existing rents stay the same.
Excuse me, let me just help clarify so we can respond to what... Actually, I'm not talking about Skid Row, and you're right about Wiggins. That's not what I'm asking about. I'm actually, if you could focus your analysis and your proposal as it would have impacted South Los Angeles, because all of the corridors south of the Santa Monica Freeway in the 9th District are redevelopment corridors, and that is where this kind of proposal would have the greatest chilling effect. Downtown and Skid Row, Central City East, put that aside. That's not my concern. My concern is going south and what we are able to develop going south, because I've already seen the downturn in the housing market as it is affecting us already, and our response to the Washington Boulevard RFP has been less than enthusiastic. So as we head south, that's where the true damage will be done to people who are lower income, which is why I'm asking you about your proposal and how you think it would benefit people who are lower income in South Los Angeles.
Councilmember Perry, I agree with you. I believe that in the deepest part of South Los Angeles, where few real estate investment has been made, that we should be opening our arms to developers willing to come in, put market rate homeownership housing there, as well as market rate rental housing, if it can be done. With regard to how these two particular issues would affect South LA, my answer would be we really ought to be focusing on inviting market developers to come into South LA to build housing.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. If you wouldn't push your button again.
Press my button. Thank you.
Mr. Alacone, followed by Mr. Cardenas and Mr. Parks.
Mr. Ackerman.
Council.
I thought we'd spread the wealth a little bit.
Thank you.
I've known you for a long, long time, dating back to when I worked with an organization called Project Heavy in the San Fernando Valley, and you were chairman of the board, and served also at the time as the director of the Van Nuys Chamber of Commerce, I believe. And so you are a business activist and advocate, and very respected. And I've known you ever since in many different capacities, both of us, but always keeping your nose to the grind. I remember one occasion when I introduced a bill to promote business. It was called CalBiz, to promote the efforts of CalBiz. And I recall that you came in to Sacramento at that time.
Yes, sir.
And you asked me to support, or you encouraged me with my bill, and you committed your support to that. So I want to thank you for that. But I also, at the time, I believe, in 2006, you were a commissioner for the Community Redevelopment Agency. Is that not correct?
That's correct, council member.
And were you acting on behalf of the CRA when you went up to advocate this position?
No, I would have been acting in my capacity as the president of the Economic Alliance of the San Fernando Valley, and I'm also the incoming chair, now chair of the California Association for Local Economic Development.
And did you feel it necessary to get a letter from the mayor saying that it was okay for you to advocate this position?
No, sir.
And why is that?
My full-time job, the one I do get paid for, is to represent the organization that I serve, and that organization is involved in economic and community development in the San Fernando Valley.
Now, the city did not take a position on my bill.
No, sir.
Not
to my knowledge.
Well, no, I have the record. The city did not take a position on my bill, and you advocated on behalf of your personal job. And
Yes, sir.
I thank you for that. And I would ask Mr. Perez, have you ever had the opportunity to advocate in Sacramento? And you were talking to a legislator, not to a lobbyist firm. You were talking to an actual legislator, me.
Correct.
Mr. Perez, have you ever had the opportunity to speak with a legislative advocate?
I have, and in fact, in some cases, on behalf of our support for legislation that you authored.
Have you ever had to get a letter from the mayor allowing you to do that?
No, I haven't. Nor have any of my colleagues, to my knowledge.
Do you think it's necessary?
I think it's clear that we need to be clear about the distinction between our roles as commissioners. We need to be clear about our roles as commissioners versus our jobs that we do on a day-to-day basis that actually provides us both with the income and the opportunity to serve the public as commissioners. And so as long as we're not advocating for something on behalf of the agency or the city, then we don't leave the rest of our First Amendment rights at the door.
So, now the responsibility in the City of Los Angeles for advocating on behalf of the City of Los Angeles lies with the mayor. Has the mayor ever indicated to any of the three of you that he has a problem with your advocacy of issues whatsoever?
No, sir.
Ms. Ling?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, sir.
So the mayor, who is responsible for the legislative program of the City of Los Angeles in terms of advocacy to the legislature and to the federal government, has never indicated, in fact, in Ms. Ling's case, notwithstanding all this falderall, has nominated her once again. Members, I believe that this is a witch hunt. I believe that if, in fact, there are policies that members disagree with, they ought to introduce a motion to change the policies. In this case, and I've done some review on Ms. Ling, and I met with her recently, I am absolutely confident that everything she did was within city policy and within the policies of the Community Redevelopment Agency and consistent with our legislative policies. We should not step in the way of individual civil rights. Just because they're commissioners does not take away their activist responsibilities, their advocate responsibilities with regard to the jobs that they have in the private sector. I applaud Ms. Ling for your leadership. I applaud you for questioning and challenging the CRA and the agreements therein to be better for our community. Interestingly, many of the issues you've advocated have not been supported by the majority of the board and have not had the effect except to bring it out to light. So you have my support as a commissioner. I want more commissioners like you.
Thank you, Mr.
And I don't care if they represent the left bloc, the right bloc. I want activist commissioners, and you should be applauded for the work that you do at the CRA. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker. After that will be Mr. Parks, then Mr. Zine, Ms. Gruhl, and Ms. Perry for a second time.
Thank you very much. Try to keep my voice down. John Perez, you and I have known each other for now over a decade. Now that I really think about it, time flies.
Almost a decade and a half.
Have we always been on the same side of an issue? Have we always agreed on stuff?
We've had our disagreements over the year.
Exactly. And I have a lot of respect for you, and you and I have, matter of fact, we've dialogued probably more in the last 6 months than we did in maybe the previous 6 years. So I appreciate your work here for the City of Los Angeles, and I thank you, and I do support your reappointment.
Thank you.
Even though we don't always agree, and I respect that. I appreciate it as well. Bruce, you and I have been in the Valley for a long, long time. You met me when I was running for office. You and I have interacted, and have we always been on the same side of the issues that you care about and issues that I care about?
You're my council member. I always agree with you.
Okay. But seriously, have we always agreed? I mean, you're involved with VICA, you're involved with all kinds of organizations. So you've been very involved in the political process in the Valley and throughout Los Angeles, actually the state of California. Have we always agreed?
No.
No, we don't. And once again, I do respect and appreciate your commitment to the City of Los Angeles, and I thank you for what you're doing for us, and I do support your appointment as well. I wish I could say that for all three of you. And with that, and I'll push my button again and again, and hold my time, Mr. President, when it's appropriate. Earlier today in committee, we had all three of you before committee, and I asked you, Joan Ling, a question, and you answered that in your private life, outside of this volunteer job, you work for a not-for-profit, or you head a not-for-profit that does development, correct?
I work for a nonprofit organization that provides affordable housing to low-income people, yes.
Okay. Do they do development?
Yes, we develop properties and we also manage the properties.
So they would be considered a not-for-profit developer when they do a development?
That's part of our function.
Okay, good. And how many projects have you been involved with this organization?
As I mentioned before, roughly about 80.
Okay, about 80. Oh, by the way, just so people don't understand that I'm not trying to repeat myself, now we're on camera, we're in a different venue. Whatever question I asked you earlier wasn't privy to everybody in here. As a matter of fact, the room wasn't even half this size. How many units does this not-for-profit control?
Currently, it owns and manages about 1,400 units.
About 1,400 units. And where are those units? Are any of them in the city of LA? Where are they?
They're all in the city of Santa Monica.
Okay. Have you ever had the need, or have ever exercised the responsibility to have to evict a tenant?
Yes, roughly about 1 or 2 a year out of a portfolio of 1,400.
Okay, so 1 or 2 a year out of the portfolio. Since you mentioned the element of time, how long have you been involved with this organization? How many years?
I have been working there for about 16 years.
About 16 years. So easily at least a dozen or so, or even more, people have been evicted, and that was part of your responsibility, and you had to exercise that. In any of those instances, has any tenant that was evicted ever protest or have a problem with being evicted, either formally or informally express themselves to you or your organizations that they were either improperly being evicted or hired a lawyer or what have you to try to protect whether or not they should be evicted?
Some, yes.
Some of them did, correct? And you use a particular law firm, and it's my understanding when I went to one of the few CRA board meetings that I've ever been to in my life, there was actually an issue that came up where a lot of people came forward and they were complaining about a particular for-profit developer, and it just so happened that the lawyer for that for-profit, isn't it the same lawyer that you have for your firm?
We use the same firm, and the owner makes a decision whether to move forward with an eviction or not.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. It's good for everybody to know. In that meeting in September, you were quoted by the LA Times, and I heard you, and you were properly quoted, and I'll read from the LA Times. You said that I will not give in to behind-the-scenes arm twisting. What did you mean by that?
First of all, Councilmember Cardenas, as I said in our private meeting, that I do apologize to you if I've offended you in any way.
I'm not asking you for an apology. I'm trying not to put words in your mouth. I'd appreciate it if you don't do that for me.
Okay. But I did apologize to you for...
Thank you very much. Now, answer the question, please.
And with regard to what I said, the 3 days prior to that particular item coming onto the CRA board agenda, 3 separate staff reports came out. The first one recommending the Independent Loan Committee's recommendations, and by the third day and the third report that came out, the report has changed substantially. I was merely identifying this inconsistency. I was befuddled. I don't feel that I got a good answer, and that was the intention of my of that statement. If it was taken out of context, or it was misunderstood, or in fact I made an unfortunate choice of words in that case, I do apologize to you.
Okay. Once again, I didn't ask you for an apology when you were in my office, and I appreciate the opportunity to dialogue with you, and I'm not asking for an apology. But as you offered one, as I told you in my office, thank you for apologizing, and let's move on. But the thing is, you've been a part you've been a staff person under a board, because that's the way not-for-profits operate, right? Your not-for-profit has a board. So when you work for that organization, the actual board is the one that makes decisions, and you basically interact with them and answer to them, et cetera, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, in this particular case...
After this done, if you'll press your button again.
Can I finish this point, then I'll push my button again. Thank you. Now, in this particular case, I happened to be in that meeting, and I heard your statement, and the fact of the matter is that you very lightly, matter of fact, if I recall correctly, and I'll go look at the tape, you didn't bring any staff forward to answer that question, that you were so bothered, so much so that you used those choice of words about arm twisting. Why didn't you ask the staff? There are many staff that work for the CRA that were very qualified, very involved, knew the project, knew a lot about what was going on. As a matter of fact, I need to point out as well, the way you characterize the rewriting of that document, let's make this very clear. That document was rewritten by the CRA department staff, not by any private developer, not by any private attorney. It was done by the people that are directed to work for you.
Correct. Some of these deals come to us, or these projects come to us with recommendations that may have that would allow us 24 hours to, as commissioners, 24 hours to take a look at it. In this particular case, I did privately ask the staff about the reason for these changes. I didn't really get a satisfactory response, but keep in mind, we got this. If I remember correctly, we got the last report the night before the Thursday morning meeting, and frankly, we just ran out of time. All I wanted to do at the meeting was that I was trying to find out, in the public setting, what really happened with, from a developer's perspective, from the tenants who were there to oppose the project's perspective, and I probably didn't focus on the staff because I felt I already asked them already.
Okay. Well, that statement certainly came across inflammatory. The LA Times picked up on it. There weren't very many quotes in that article, but they sure picked up on that one. And I'll push
Thank you,
my
Mr.
button.
Gardner. Mr. Parks is our next speaker, then Mr. Zahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me just say right off the bat, Mr. Perez and Mr. Ackerman, thank you for putting yourself forward, and certainly look forward to working with you. My question is primarily going to be directed to Ms. Ling, and my issues are very personal in the fact that they have impact the 8th District. And Ms. Ling, you had the opportunity as a member of the board to deal with our Urban Partners project at Figueroa and Jefferson. And one of the things that has been very unclear through the process, and even when you and I had a meeting in Ms. Perry's office, is how in developing that project where the staff was involved with it, how you became a principal in negotiating a side deal with the developers for a $1 million allocation. And maybe you can explain, because what was kind of disturbing in the meeting at Ms. Perry's office is most of us would remember a conversation dealing with $1 million, but your recollection became more clouded as the meeting went on. And maybe you can explain to us how that discussion came about, how it was initiated, and how did we get to the point that a developer was being asked for a separate stipend above and beyond what the staff or anyone else had asked of them.
Thank you, Councilmember Parks. I'd like to address it in two ways, both in terms of process as well as in substance. In terms of process, if I remember correctly, the developer in this case called me several weeks in advance of the public hearing to ask to meet with me and to ask for my support. As a rule, I don't call developers. However, if they call me, I do give them the professional courtesy of either talking to them on the phone or meeting with them in person. In this particular case, this developer is asking for major land use concessions in terms of additional density, additional height, substantial parking variances to make this project work. I simply told them, and as I have said over and over again, that in those cases where there is a strong market and where the project is benefiting from substantial land use city concessions, that some community benefits should be given to the people who are going to be living next door and getting affected by the project. And that's the base of the discussion. That has been, I did not negotiate with the developer. It is not my role. I simply told them how I would look at a project when it comes before me based on general principles that I try to adhere to.
So you're telling us today that you threw out the issue of the community benefit package and they came forward with the suggestion of the $1 million?
Frankly, usually when developers come to me, and I can't remember the specifics, but usually if there are major land use benefits in terms of additional density, height, parking reduction, keep in mind that each underground parking space nowadays costs $50,000 per space to build. So if you give a parking variance, it's a substantial benefit to value to the project. In that particular, in general, I would ask them I would tell them that I would look at certain affordable housing benefits, whether it's on-site, off-site, in lieu fee. And in this particular case, if I remember correctly, the developer flat out said that he couldn't do any of those. And someone, and I don't think it's me because it was not in my mind to think about the solution. Somebody suggested a revolving loan fund for several years so that the development front $1 million and it would be paid back after a few years.
Here's someone. Now, when you were asked about...
It may be the developer, it may be me. I frankly don't remember who initiated that particular idea.
But also, when I think you were asked about what was the nexus to the project, did you respond something to the effect that it could be viewed as an advance on the TI as far as the property tax?
That could be one way that the developer could finance it, but it's entirely up to the developer to decide what money he pulls to support it. Although in the end it was not part of the packet.
Do you think that the county would have something to say about someone spending their property tax money before they got it?
I would not be qualified to answer that question.
Okay, but I think that was what your response was. The nexus was it could be viewed as a advance on the TI.
I don't believe that there is a nexus between TI and any housing revolving loan fund. I do believe that it's within the developer's ability, should someone decides to provide an affordable housing revolving fund, to find the resources wherever he feels is appropriate, and not necessarily from anticipated property tax increment funds.
Were you on the board when the Conquest project came through?
Conquest Housing project? I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Were you aware when the Urban Partners project came through, the variances that you're now speaking of were generally very similar variances were granted to the Conquest project on a negative declaration, that they didn't even come before the board for variances because the view was that looking at a transportation corridor, these were appropriate increases in the FAR and the density?
And again, I was not party to the project that Conquest Housing is developing, so
you weren't aware that
I can't address that.
Similar variances were given just down the street?
I was not aware of that. However, Conquest Housing did request to meet with me, and if I recall correctly, they opposed this project on the grounds that it was unfair to them. And in fact, I think there is a pending litigation pertaining to all this issue.
But the issue is that they receive the same variances on a negative declaration that were going through the CRA board for Urban Partners without the benefit of a community benefit package, or without a review because so many people supported the project viewing that it was going to be a transportation corridor, increased density was going to be part of the larger scale community plan in that area. So you weren't aware of the connection between those two?
And again, I am not aware of the Conquest Housing Project, so I really can't address that.
When you mentioned earlier about urban partners, when you mentioned the issue of parking, and that was a variance, was your view of the variance the fact that the parking was at two different sites? It was that they had more than adequate parking, but a portion of it was at a different site? Is that the variance you're referring to?
Councilmember Parks, it's been 18 months ago, but if I recall correctly, there was a reduction in parking as well as a bifurcation of the parking on both sides of the 110 freeway.
Okay. So you're saying that you think that today that it was a reduction, not that it just bifurcated?
There was a reduction as well as a bifurcation.
Okay.
If I remember correctly,
Can I ask you to
however...
press your button again after this one?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zine, and then Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Mr. Perez, Mr. Ackerman, you haven't answered any questions of late, so I'd ask both of you gentlemen, how often do you deal with developers directly on projects, or does it go through staff? Bruce?
I probably I would say in the 2 years that I've been on the commission, I've had maybe a half a dozen phone calls from different developers on projects that were coming to the commission.
Have you ever met with them personally?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Perez?
Probably a few more than that, probably about 10, and I have met with them personally. And quite frankly, Councilman, this has been something I've struggled with, and I'm excited to hear that the Council is considering what appropriate policy should be with respect to those communications.
I think this reminds me of what happened at the airport with certain commissioners that were dealing with developers, contractors, created a bit of unhappiness where the commissioners were dealing with issues that normally staff would be dealing with. Created quite a controversial situation. I was unaware, and I haven't dealt with the commissioners to any great extent. I know Bruce for many years, resident of the San Fernando Valley. We worked on many projects, but I don't get involved. And I have two community CRA areas in my district, but normally staff is what's dealing with it. Seldom do we ever meet with the commissioners. I'm in neutral in this particular situation. Now, you two gentlemen have received the support of my colleagues of committee. I don't think there's any question or controversy about your reappointment. It seems to all be directed toward the lady, Ms. Ling. And there's certain council members that are very passionate about that. I don't think it's a witch hunt. I think my colleagues who are very passionate about it are concerned because of issues that affect their districts. What I'm looking at is stepping on toes, going and pushing the envelope to the edge. And my 6 years here, I have never seen as many emails and letters come in on a commissioner that I've seen come in on you, Ms. Ling. Phone calls, emails, letters requesting your appointment. These other gentlemen and the other commissioners, police commissioners, fire commissioners, I've never received any, maybe one or two at the most, but never the avalanche of letters that I've received on you. And that tells me one or two things. You're either making a lot of people happy or making a lot of people unhappy. And the letters have mostly been supporting you for this reappointment. The question I have is the process that you've gone through, the situations that have taken place, and some of my colleagues have asked questions, very direct questions, regarding some of your activities. What have you learned from that? And if you are confirmed reappointment, there's 14 of us here today, if you are reconfirmed, what have you learned from that experience, and what have you learned from that activity that it wouldn't repeat itself, where you wouldn't have this unhappiness with elected officials in the City Council?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Sine. First and foremost, I learned that we in City Hall have to work together, and that each council member knows their district the best in terms of the district's needs, the district's challenges, and if I am reconfirmed, I would make it an effort to learn directly from the council's offices in terms of what are their priorities and what are the challenges that in those districts. Having said that,
You can hold my time, please, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you.
I believe that I bring certain unique perspective to this process, and that is being fiscally responsible for the city resources, as well as being socially responsible for the greater good of all the people who live in Los Angeles. And I hope that in this process I've learned to work closer with the council offices in terms of realizing our communal shared vision.
Like in my district, Canoga Park, All-American City, and Reseda, we have a CRA area. We've done redevelopment in Canoga Park. We're now doing that in Reseda. I've had some issues with the local management of CRA in Reseda, which I'm dealing with through the executive director, the general manager of CRA. But I have a vision for the district where the people elect me to serve. My colleagues have a vision, as Jan Perry has with downtown going through this expansion, the condos, the lofts, LA Live, etc. Mr. Parks has concerns about his district. We all have unique individual concerns. Janice Hahn, the port, to make that not just a port for ships, but a place where people will venture for dinner and for other activities. We all have a vision for our districts, and we're elected to serve in those districts by the will of the people, and we try to carry out that vision. And when you have the opportunity to have CRA, which gives us a lot of opportunity with funding to have projects completed where maybe we wouldn't have a developer do it, whereas Westfield's putting $1 billion in my district, we didn't have to go to CRA. They're willing to invest $1 billion in a commercial adventure. We would expect the Commission to support our wishes and our demands and our expectations. And when they don't, it creates controversy, it creates problems.
Thank you, Mr. Zahn.
And I think that's what's really occurred with you, is that there hasn't been that dialogue, and maybe it's an agenda that you have that differs from the agenda that they have. And I think that is the core, at least what I view, from the controversy, from the letters, from the phone calls, etc., that there's this disconnect. And I think if you learn anything from this experience, because mostly commissioners come up here, they get confirmed, we give accolades, and they're out the door and clap, they get signed back in. In your situation, this is very rare. This is not an everyday situation where a commissioner has to go through this grilling because of unhappiness with certain elected officials. So if you learn anything, I hope you learn that. And I'm going to hold my, I'll come back to ask some more questions. But Mr. Perez, you can relax. Mr. Ackerman, you can relax, because obviously you guys are not on the hot seat. Ms. Ling, you're still on the hot seat. Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl, if I could please ask folks to please maintain the decorum here. Ms. Gruhl is next, and Ms. Perry will be back for a second time, then Mr. Cardenas, and Mr. Parks.
Thank you, and I will be brief. I'm going to be very retail in my comments because I have a earthquake recovery area in my district that I think, I'm not sure, Joan, if you were there, but I know that both of you were there and have seen the interest that we have in an area that is so important. And in fact, I think all of the comments on the draft EIR are due today, the 19th, because I'm getting all my emails. You all had a presentation, I believe, 2 weeks ago before your commission and asked some really good questions of the developer. This is, and no disrespect to my colleague over here, Mr. Zine, but is going to be I think, the premier redevelopment project in the Valley. And no disrespect to my colleague over here, I guess, Mr. LeBonge as well. But it is an opportunity for us to use an area that desperately needs that retail there and some housing and home ownership, and the developer came from where they were, which was a lot more, and moved into place. But some of the issues that you're going to hear about is traffic and transportation, and looking at that as it goes forward. It won't necessarily be where your piece of it, but as the agency. I'm just curious as to your feelings about how that went 2 weeks ago, things that we can look at as the council member representing that area to jumpstart this, which was a project started way before I was even elected, and we've been really pushing to make it happen. So I don't know, John or...
First of all, I think that what we've seen in that development, and not just with the EIR, but the previous tours that we've taken through the development, is really a high degree of community interaction in the project and concern about the right mix of the housing and the retail, and making sure that it interfaces with the community that we're trying to serve there. And so I think the conversation to this point has been very positive. I think all of us raised questions about some of the details. One of the detail areas that I'm concerned about is the replacement park for the park that currently exists along the freeway and one of the existing redevelopment or I should say shopping malls there. So I think we're making tremendous progress there, but as it is in all of the major redevelopment programs, there are so many details that we need to keep track on. And I think that the one thing that I could say about our ability to work together as a commission is that I think that we've been more patient and more engaging with all segments of the community who've come forward to make sure that redevelopment doesn't just work as an economic bottom line for the developer, but that it creates the kinds of situations that allow for a more livable community for the folks in that area. And I think that our experience with your office in particular around that redevelopment has shared that vision of making sure that the development works for the community as a whole.
Bruce or John, want to add anything?
Well said, and I would just say I agree with Commissioner Perez's assessment and keep it short.
Thank you, Councilmember Gruhl. I have the unique and distinct honor of being the one commissioner who has 5 council districts in the projects that we represent professionally in the San Fernando Valley. So I have the honor of serving an incredibly large constituency. The process that we went through, I think on most of the projects that have come before this commission, at least in the 2 years that I've been there, the fact that we have an incredible balance, we have an unbelievable diversity on that board, I guarantee you every single project that comes before us is vetted in a way that I don't think I've ever seen before. And that balanced approach of looking at everything from the community benefit side to our labor agreements to the economic impact and benefit in the community is tantamount. It's the uppermost of our concern as we go through these processes. I think the project in North Hollywood is going to be an incredible project. I agree it's going to be a landmark for the Valley, and I think it's a better project today than it was when it started out.
Exactly, and I think it probably will be an even better project as we move forward with your input. And as you said, John, it's a very active, engaged community. That's a good. They're passionate. They are involved, which is good because then when you ultimately get to a final product, there has been that community involvement. And I want to assure you and the people who are listening in my district that that park area that is now adjacent to a freeway and is rarely known by anyone and is in many instances a danger because of some of the incidents that happen there is going to be not only equal to the size and hopefully more than that, but equal to that size and to be able to be a usable park for that community and that neighborhood. And so I appreciate that they're hearing, developers not hearing that just from me, but he's hearing it from the CRA, which is an important part of that. I know we have a gap that we have to find to be able to make this happen. But I do think that, and I'll put my Valley hat on, we have been yelling for that redevelopment and investment, the same kind in other parts of the city where it's desperately needed, and this is an area where I think we can make a big difference. So I appreciate all 3 of your commitments. I know you all don't get along all the time or agree on everything. Welcome to the family, I guess, is how you say that. But appreciate your individual positions and know that transparency is critical, engagement with the public, and communication as much as possible. As I think Madeline mentioned earlier, the importance of ensuring it's both ways, and that is really, really helpful. So thank you, Mr. Garcetti, and I support the three of you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Perry for a second time, then Mr. Cardenas for a second, and Mr. Parks for a second.
Thanks very much. And Mr. Miller, if you will, while Mr. Miller is coming to the table, I just want to say for the record, and John, we don't always get along either, and I don't know you very well, Richard, but yeah, you nearly, almost gave me a heart attack last week, as a matter of fact, but You know, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. It's about the substance of it, doing it on the public record, not in an ex parte fashion, and making sure that we advocate in the city's best interests, and it's our job as elected officials for the council districts and the redevelopment areas that we represent to advocate for the best position so that we can actually get the projects built. Mr. Miller, if you wouldn't mind going over the oversight ordinance and what it affords us or allows us and what it does not.
Certainly. It's fairly broad, really. The CRA really is established under state law, but the governing document is the city's administrative code. It provides that the council and the mayor are jointly the appointing authorities on commissioners. The council and the mayor are also jointly the appointing authority for the executive director. It provides that either the council or the mayor can remove commissioners, and there's the process for that. It details who or which items are subject to council approval, and really virtually all of the major items are subject to city council approval. There are provisions relative to establishment of policies, and it actually, I think it's 88.9.12 and 13 specifically call out my office as at the direction of the council empowered to work with the agency and the agency board to develop policies and procedures and bring those to the city council for approval.
Okay, and what does the ordinance include with respect to commissioners and the authority that derives it, basically a commissioner under the charter versus not?
Again,
in terms of acting on this item for today, for example.
Right. This is not under the city charter. The provisions here are under the city's administrative code. So the charter provisions in terms of appointment and confirmation of commissioners do not apply here. It's the administrative code that applies.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just have Ms. Ling. If I could ask you for a minute, if you could kind of give a counterpoint to Mr. Miller's interpretation of the oversight ordinance and how you understand it as a CRA commissioner.
I'm not a lawyer, so I am sure that I really have no knowledge or basis to respond to Mr. Miller's comments. My understanding about oversight ordinance is that decisions made by the CRA board is fully under the jurisdiction of the city council for review and approval or amendment.
And do you have an understanding of where you briefed on communicating off the record or outside of the scope of a public hearing with developers, for example?
My understanding is that the city council is currently discussing an ex parte communication rule that would help clarify what kind of appropriate process should be followed.
And what have you done to initiate that discussion over at the CRA?
Well, we haven't, but I'm sure that my fellow commissioners would be more than happy to bring that up as a discussion.
Okay, well, I wanted to bring your attention, you may remember this project was called the Opus Project, and this was at 770 South Grand, and it involved an owner participation agreement and transfer of floor area rights from an agreement that was dated back to 1990 between the CRA and the Atlas Corporation. It involved Sonny Astani. Now, Sonny gave $1.5 million to Skid Row Housing Trust, which is great, and lots of open space and all of that. There was no agency funding in this project. It was just a variation or a variance, in other words. I think ultimately this is a project that actually is having prevailing wage and living wage on it, and you may remember that. Now, I think based on the transcripts that we read, you felt that the project should be required by the agency, the one at 770 South Grand, to provide on-site affordable housing. And although the other commissioners didn't agree, then you voted no on it. So it had prevailing wage and it had living wage. And he did give $1.5 million to Skid Row Housing Trust. So tell me, what were you thinking about? What were you thinking?
Councilmember Perry, it has been 18 months, 2 years since that particular item came up. And I honestly don't remember. I believe that the developer gave Skid Row Housing Trust about $1 million to help that particular organization finish an affordable housing project. But I don't remember the financial analysis, the total development cost of that project for me to have said what I said. As a matter of, general policy or guidance to myself, it's more precise, is it on-site affordable housing is preferred, off-site would be nice too. Paying in lieu fee is also certainly appropriate.
Is that in lieu fee? I don't know that that's a policy of the CRA yet that you've adopted. Has the CRA board adopted an in lieu policy yet?
The CRA has discretionary land use authority, and in that capacity, decisions made by the CRA has the ability to impose certain conditions to a project seeking discretionary approval. And as I had said before, I feel that a large part of my job is to be a steward of city resources. Where there is a substantial increase of value above the underlying approved zoning density, the project should be giving something back to the community that is bearing the burden of that development, particularly in strong market areas.
Does the agency have a scale that they use to measure increase in value and when that would trigger? Let me make it simpler. Does the agency yet have a policy in place when it comes to discretionary or review or land use approvals when one is not receiving any agency money to trigger the affordable housing requirement? Is that policy yet in place?
We have no policy. However, the board had just had a retreat, and during that retreat, this was a major discussion, and there is some consensus on the board now that we should be working to provide some guidance to the CRA staff so that we can improve our transparency and clarity when we approve discretionary review projects.
Do you believe that once you establish that policy, because the policy hasn't been established yet, and this is the impetus for why I'm asking you these questions, because it's made it so much more difficult to get things done, is that a policy that you would support having the council vet on the record?
Any guidance that are that have the majority approval of the CRA board as well as the city council, because it would be something that specific policies that are approved, we should be following. Again, keep in mind, I am a developer and I understand the uncertainties involved in getting entitlement approvals. It is very difficult. And I am not here to discourage development. I am here, again, hoping to be part of a team to realize the city's goal of economic development, sustainable growth, and balanced community. And as such, I would like things to be more clear, and I am working along with my fellow commissioners to that end.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. When I was speaking earlier, the note that I ended on was about the dialogue at a particular meeting where it actually made the press, things of that nature. But in that meeting, as I mentioned earlier, there seemed to be ample opportunity because that agenda item went on for at least a couple of hours. And there was ample opportunity to try to get clarity from the staff, et cetera. And the fact that you made those kinds of comments and, in my opinion, fueled the idea that there was something really bad going on here. And as a result of that, that issue is still not even close to being resolved. And that issue keeps coming up in board meetings again and again and again. And nobody seems to be taking, and I'm talking to all three of you now, nobody seems to be figuring out that, wait a minute, the staff work for us. We've been hearing this issue over and over and over. We need to be poignant about asking the staff about particular issues, get down to the bottom of it. The fact of the matter, on that particular project, you actually have staff going to the building and actually traversing the building, asking questions, physically looking at stuff. And I have yet to hear or see that you have called the staff on the record in your CRA board meeting to go through item by item by item. And last night I reviewed the tape of December 6th, and that item came up in general public comment, and then the board continued to say, gosh, when are we going to get down to the bottom of this? And so much so, that, which contradicts one of your board members that spoke earlier, who's not being confirmed today, many of you languished over the fact that, wait a minute, we got a loan agreement on this particular project that we don't even have forth. Our CRA loan agreement, where is it? We asked for it last October, and it's December 6th, and we still don't have it. And still, the staff was left off the hook not to tell you right there and then, we will have the document by this date, etc. They will report to you, I think, on the 20th and update you, but they're still not promising to bring that document forward. John.
I have a slightly different perspective on this, if I may. I voted with a majority on that item originally, but some of the issues raised by the public were of tremendous concern. And I actually took your advice, council member, and went and looked into the development myself. And what I found was really very concerning. And at the next board meeting after that initial approval, several of us went into great detail with the staff, asking them to assess which of those areas were properly before the CRA, which of them were properly before other city agencies or other state agencies. We went forward and brought in an outside agency, Paragon, to do part of that assessment. And we've had now one written response from staff and a couple of verbal responses. They have not completely satisfied all of my areas of concern, and quite frankly, from the comments of my colleagues, I don't think they're completely concerned as well. The difficulty with this matter was that it was a bootstrapping of one development to another item that was before us. I voted for that item that was before us because, as it was structured, it was separate and apart from the development where the questions were raised. But just because that distinction existed, since there is public money involved in the underlying development, and because there is an expectation that the loan agreement will come before us, and like you, I expected it in October, I thought it would be us shirking our responsibility if we didn't hold the staff responsible to look into all those areas. I will say that it seems from the public comments that we've heard up to this point that many of the issues have been resolved, but there isn't absolute closure. And at the last meeting, I, for one, and I believe both my colleagues to my left also said that they expect a more thorough response from the staff. And I'll give this one example. The initial report listed the complaints by members of the community. And then in a separate column for resolution, just listed the response from the developer. I felt that that wasn't resolution. That was a complaint and a response. And that what was important was for our staff to give us an analysis of whether the complaint or the response were accurate or what resolution needed to come into place. So I think that our staff would tell you that we are a very diligent board in trying to hold them accountable to make sure that we do the public good.
Well, John, you gave a perfect example as to why I'm supporting you and Bruce. And by the way, Bruce, when he said you were to the left of him, at least sitting to the left, not politically to the left.
We're used to me being to the right of Bruce.
So, but the reason why that was a great dialogue and an answer and a very accurate way of describing that moment in time in some of those meetings. But the thing is, what really disturbs me is, and my gut told me, and that's why I started looking at CRA board meetings, et cetera, my gut told me that Joan, I don't know what agenda you're carrying or what have you, but when you made that inflammatory remark, and you've made other remarks that I've seen, you're actually fueling and playing into the hands of some kind of agenda going on out there. And that's the part that disturbs me, because that hurts. When we play an agenda, when anybody plays an agenda, instead of looking at what's before you, that's when things get bad, and that's when collateral damage happens to people who don't even know why it happened to them. And that's what bothers me so much about that. I haven't been able to figure out what it is that drives you to want to do that. And the point that I need to make is, whenever anybody does that, it brings liability onto the city. Because just like all of you have private lives, a developer might have one particular project he's trying to do in LA or what have you, and they have a responsibility to protect themselves liability-wise. And when people make inflammatory remarks or they play into the hands of some kind of agenda, that actually they have to say, wait a minute, I'm going to get a lawyer. And what bothers me when people get lawyers and they sue the city of Los Angeles, that's the collateral damage. Everybody loses, because that's the taxpayer dollar. They're not going to take it out of my pocket specifically, or yours, John, or yours, Joan, or yours, Bruce. They're going to take it out of the public's pocket, and we just can't afford that.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. You know, this is an experience where I'm hoping that we all get the picture that the mayor and the council working together makes a big difference. But to understand that is to communicate with us. To understand that is to give each council member that time so that we are aware of the direction of the commission or the commissioners, and hopefully give us the opportunity to share with you all the hard work we're doing in our respective districts. Each one is almost a city in of itself, and they all have their challenges. When we talk about the mayor's vision, it's a grand vision. It's one I love to support, and I do. But I also know there are nuances, intricacies, there's details, there's histories, there's personalities, there's stakeholders that each one of us has grown with in a respective role as elected officials. I'm going to support all of you on this, Commission. And it's difficult because I can see and feel the passion of my colleagues as to their concerns, and I understand them. But it boils down to our ability to communicate, ability to understand what's of priority. And I would hope that we can continue in a path that's productive from here on out. Knowing our economic projections, it's going to get harder and harder as less funds become available. These decisions hopefully will not be made in a vacuum without recognizing the role of 15 elected officials in this horseshoe. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, listened to the interaction, the dialogue, and I appreciate all of my colleagues' comments. It's time to call the question.
We have a motion to call the previous question. There are 3 speakers on the queue. Is there an objection to that? If so, we'll take a vote. Is there an objection to calling the previous question? If there's no objection, there's an objection, so we'll call the vote. We have 3 speakers left. It requires a 10-member vote because there are 2 members who have not spoken for the second time. Pursuant to council rules, it is usually an 8 simple majority vote to close debate. If all speakers who want to have spoken twice, because 2 have not, that would be a 10-member vote. So let's please open the roll on calling the previous question. Close the roll. Please tabulate. Wait, is everybody keep the roll open? Everybody voted? Okay, we'll take it again. Please open the roll. Only vote at your own station, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, that closes debate on the issue. All right. We now have the nominations. We'd like to split the nominations, please. Take up item 13, I believe is the first one? 14, excuse me.
That's confirmation of Mr. Perez.
Okay. Please open the roll on Mr. Perez. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
He is approved. Item number 15, please.
Is confirmation of Ms. Ling, and there is also an additional motion that has been distributed to the council on that, instructing a report back from the CLA.
Okay. This is item 15, Ms. Ling. Excuse me? I can't hear, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, I have to separate the two. I made a motion this morning in committee, which I believe has been
we'll vote on the two
introduced. I don't want to vote no on a motion that just got introduced this morning.
Gotcha. Let's vote on the motion then first, which is for the CLA report back. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That passes. Now on the nomination before us. Please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, that is approved. Next nomination, please. Number 16.
And that's confirmation of Mr. Ackerman.
Okay. On Mr. Ackerman, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved as well. Okay. We'll send those as all items forthwith today. Thank you. Next order of business, please.
Mr. President, does council wish to reconsider some ordinances from yesterday's meeting? 12
Yes.
members were not present.
Let's do that.
And those would be items 2, 3, 4, and 5. And for the record, their council file numbers are 070687, 073140, 051215, and 072832.
Okay. We have those items from yesterday under reconsideration because we have 12 members. Please open the roll on reconsideration. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are now back before us. If nobody wishes to be heard on those items, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, those are approved as well. Mr. Parks has asked for item out of order without objection, and I want to thank, I know that there are some folks that are here about the writer's strike. We'll probably, after this next item, we will be, pursuant to Rule 23, be adopting or taking up, that item next. So thank you for your patience. It'll probably be about a half hour more. Mr. Parks?
Good. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me ask Mr. Mark Pisano to come up to the table. One of the things I think is, and we've discussed this before, that we have at least 3 of our members that show up to the SCAG meetings routinely, Mr. Smith, Mr. Zion, and myself. And recently, the State of the Region report was published by SCAG that advised us of what are many of the issues we discuss in our community, from employment to income, housing, mobility, air quality, education, and safety. And what's unfortunate in our region, the only couple of passing grades was employment and safety. Most of them were average and below. And we thought it'd be important for Mr. Pisano to come and give us an overview of that report, what it would mean to this region, particularly when, with the size of the city of Los Angeles, I would believe that we would be contributing in some regards to either the success or the failures in each one of these areas. So it's just not us looking outside of our borders saying it must be the other people. It appears that from the size we would be contributing. And then we thought it would be important to have him come give us a thumbnail overview and then move these items, which fits nicely into several of our committees, to begin looking at how we might, as a city, be moving in a direction to help the overall regional government association come up with better scores in the future. And so let me ask Mr. Pisano to start his presentation. What we asked for is about a 30-minute deal, but if we can ask, because of the time, if we can ask you to do it in about 20, and then we have questions, I think we can get this done, because we have a couple of major issues after you speak.
First of all, thank you very much, Councilman Parks, for inviting me and providing the opportunity to review our state of the region. And President Garcetti and other members of the council, let me just state Mark Pisano's Executive Director of the Southern California Association of Governments, and most importantly, a 31-year citizen and proud citizen of the city of Los Angeles. I reside in Los Feliz, the 4th District. The mayor of Los Feliz, Councilman Labange, is constantly walking our neighborhood, I see them often in the morning, and I see them there even more because of the recent fires, and I want to thank the council and particularly the fire department. The response saved our home and really preserved our community. The report that I'm going to be presenting to you today is the result of the comprehensive plan objectives that we set about 10 years ago, and we've been tracking the progress against how well the region has been doing against that comprehensive plan, and secondly, how well we are benchmarked against the regions in this country that we are competing against. And I think this... The report cards from the years 1998 through 2005 are on this particular slide. Let me just say a little bit about how the report card is developed. Mayor Ron Loveridge, the mayor of Riverside, is the chair of our benchmarks task force. I want to note that Mayor Loveridge is the incoming second vice president of the National League, the first person to hold that position from California since Mayor Tom Bradley held it over almost 35 years ago. The task force is comprised of business leaders, academic leaders, elected officials, and individuals from various agencies throughout the region. They follow a process of looking at a technical report. I have that report in front of me. They evaluate based upon a technical analysis, and it's an Adelphi process whereby they arrive at the grades. I'll quickly go through I don't think it's moving forward.
Left. The one to the left. Yes.
Okay. The good news in this report is that since the year 2000 and 2006, the region has been holding fairly constant on a couple of variables that are really important, namely, what is the average income and what are the per capita income of individuals within our region. The unfortunate and the bad news was that between 1990 and the year 2000, our region fell from about 7th of 17 regions to 17th of 17 regions in terms of our per capita income, and equally as bad on median income within our region. This shows the rank of our region relative to the other regions. We generally think of places like Detroit, Philadelphia, Chicago, St. Louis as us having more average income than those regions, but the fact of the matter is we do not. With respect to population, the growth has slowed due to increased domestic out-migration. People have been leaving our region, going to other parts of the United States. In spite of that, the region added 2 million people since the year 2000 and is now at 18.5 million people. You can see the percentage increases of the respective counties. And Los Angeles City and Los Angeles County has had even though the percentage is not great, it's had the largest total increase. The sources of growth, natural immigration has been about 55%, foreign immigration 44%. We anticipate foreign immigration slowing over the next several decades. The ethnic composition, and let me just point out that in 1980 we basically indicated, and this was at the request of then Councilman Bobby Farrell, that we look at the changes in the composition. In 1980, we indicated that the region by the year 2000 would be a region of minorities. We actually exceeded that. In about 1998, we achieved that, and you can see the percentages in the region today. There's been a shift in the age composition. A fairly dramatic one occurring right now in that the baby boomers, many of you in this room, I think, are in this category, and myself in particular, are going to be one of the largest increases. And the House... Is your waistline bigger today than it is, Councilman? And then, okay. The other interesting shift, though, is that The largest increase have been in-house have been in the age group 15 through 34, and if you look at the ethnic distribution, you'll see that that we need not only an intergenerational compact if those over 55 are going to be supported, but we also need to deal with a true compact among all of the various races and ethnic groups. Okay, now with respect to the grades, between the year 2000 and 2006, we had an increase in the rate of high school dropouts from 12% to 15%. And today, 36% of all of the graduates from our high schools are able to qualify for UC or Cal State. And as a result, the committee basically felt that the education performance within the region has actually been declining. In the area of crime, and this has been led by the City of Los Angeles, violent crime has dropped significantly since the year 2000, and I think in large part the city should take pride in the program, the efforts that you've had underway to control violent crime. The difficulty we've had in recent years has been an increase in juvenile crime, not only within the city of LA, but also the surrounding cities and the inland empire. And as a result, there has been no increase in public safety. In employment, we've had substantial progress. There was a 4.6 unemployment rate within the region, the lowest since 1980, a formation of 156,000 jobs. Our economy has generated a substantial increase in jobs. The difficulty we've had is that the actual income, and if there's any issue that needs to be focused on by our region, by our members, it's what are the jobs, what are the incomes of the jobs, and who has those jobs. There's been a 1.3% increase in the real per capita income last year, but since the year 1990, we are actually 4% as a region in real dollars below the real income that we had in our region 8 years ago. Again, it highlights the difficulty we're having in our income area. Employment, because of the increases, the grade remained the same. Income, the grade did not increase even though we had employment increases. In terms of average payroll per jobs, again, we're last of all of the regions. In terms of individuals in poverty of the regions that we benchmark ourselves against, we're actually the highest percentage of our population are living in poverty. Using the federal indicator, because of our higher cost of living, the 2.5 million people who are living in poverty, if you were to adjust for regional cost differences, it would be even more dramatic. Home ownership, again, we're 8th out of the 9th region. The only large region that has a lower home ownership than us is New York. The cost burden, that is, given incomes of individuals, can people afford to buy their homes? Our region, again, has the highest cost burden of any region in the country. Our median home prices have risen dramatically, as have many regions across the country. And you'll note that the City of Los Angeles, the price increases over the last 5 or 6 years has been about 50%. Housing affordability, those who can afford their homes, has been declining. You can see the U.S. average and you can see the Los Angeles average. About 20% of our first-time homeowners can afford to buy a home and spend about 30% of their income. They have to spend more of their income in order to qualify in our area. This is the average monthly rent. The County of Los Angeles and the City of Los Angeles have the highest rent in the region, even though we do not have the highest housing cost. Housing, because of the unaffordability, even though we built a fair number of units, the assessment is that there was not any increase in the grade in that area. In transportation, the price of gasoline rose to $2.80 in 2006. It's about $3.10 today. What we're finding is that that's leading to a decline in vehicle miles traveled. And furthermore, because of the aggressive transit program, particularly in LA County, the MTA program, we've had a substantial increase in boardings. Given the increase in transit, decrease in VMT, the transportation grade actually went up. Many people have argued and quibbled with that, saying that transportation has gotten worse. But some of because of the performance of our transportation agencies, the task force increased the grade from a failing grade to a D-, not very promising, even at its best. One of the reasons for this also has been the substantial increase in port traffic. This past year, our regional council and the Air District indicated we have a health crisis in our region, primarily because of particulate matter coming from the movement of goods within our region. Within our region, 52% of all the population in the country exposed to PM 2.5 live here. The result is that we have an absolutely unacceptable level of public health as a result of that. And it's led this council, it's led the ports, and it's led the region and the air districts to implement a very aggressive program in air quality. I'm going to quickly go through the next area. As you can see, air quality, even though you can probably see the mountains more clearly, the area that we can't see now is actually more harmful to us. The area of energy, even though there's not a grade, we looked at it mainly because of the importance of energy, the sources of energy that we use, and how it relates to the actual production of CO2, which is an issue that all of us are now going to be dealing with. Let me just point out one area on this chart, the renewable of 14%. Our goal is for the state is 20% by the year 2010. Your DWP is making a heroic effort to alter that and to achieve the renewable target of 20%. California, if it were a nation, would be the 16th largest source of CO2 in the world. Our region would be about 21st in terms of countries if we were a CO2 generator. Dealing with the issue of global warming, deal with the issues that we addressed in the report card is really the objective of a comprehensive plan that was released by the Regional Council. Earlier this month, we also released a regional transportation plan and an environmental impact report on that. It builds upon the work of our members, our sub-region. Let me just, at this point, note that the author of this report is Ping Chang. Ping is with me today. Next to Ping is Christine Jersey, and Christine is the sub-regional coordinator for the City of Los Angeles. And let me just conclude my report on one observation, and that is, over its history, the City of Los Angeles has provided us with 3 presidents. Mayor Tom Bradley was our founding president. President of the City Council, Pat Russell, was actually president of SCAG when she was president of the City Council, and Councilman Hal Bernson also served as president of the organization. You've provided us leadership. You have active council members now. I invite more of you to become active members in the region. Through our collective efforts, we can, in fact, make this region reach its potential and its destiny. Thank you, and I'd be happy to address any questions you might have.
Yeah, I got mine up first.
Mr. Rosendall's up to speak.
That's right.
Mr. Rosendahl?
I'm right here. But
With your Mr. Rogers sweater?
I think he got annoyed when he saw that overweight person over 55, and he stopped looking at the slides.
He's got the Halloween tie.
Yeah, I just wanted to be real holiday because I'm in a holiday mood by one of the things you shared with us yesterday. I went to Shanghai last year to look at their maglev train because we need a high-speed train. We need one that's right on with the environment, okay? But I didn't appreciate what the Chinese were doing and where they were going. But I understand. I want you to share with us the Atlanta Group on this issue and what they have done and what they're proposing to do. And I want to follow up with more questions. Hold my time.
Councilman Rosendahl, let me just note that several things. When the bonds were passed last year, our organization helped author, and it was passed at the same time as the bonds were passed, the authority to allow this region to develop what are called public-private partnerships, to bring private capital to the table, and then to invite the private sector to bring innovative and new solutions. That bill, authored by Speaker Nunez, 1467, gave this region the authority at the beginning of this year to ask for proposals. We did. We've sent out a cast a net, and we've had a number of parties that have not only made inquiries, but that are submitting proposals. One such group was called American Maglev Technology. They're developing a linear induction technology. It's very different than the German technology in the sense that the engine is not on the track extending a long distance. It's actually in the vehicle, and it substantially reduces the cost. That particular party...
my time, please.
Yes. We asked that party if they would look at a business plan that we had developed over the last 3 years, and one in particular where we looked at the movement of goods and could they use their technology for the movement of goods. They have demonstrated by putting weight in a vehicle that it can be used for goods. They have submitted to us an unsolicited proposal basically to build a system from not only LAX to Ontario, but also out of the ports, in which you would have freight on one, using the same civil works, you would have freight on one level, and you would have people moving on a different level. The proposal does seem to pencil out with the following observation. They're willing to put their own investment capital to start building the pilot and demonstration program, and they have a large financial institution, the Bank of Calyon, which is the 6th largest bank in the world, indicating formally to us that the project is feasible from a financial perspective.
Let me just take that a step further. I want to thank publicly my colleague, Greg Smith, who encouraged me to go over to Shanghai and take a look at maglev, and I most appreciate that. And then he set up a meeting for me yesterday, and he had the mayor's office also represented with this gentleman from Atlanta. And when I brought up the Palmdale connection and the goods movement from LAX to Palmdale, his eyes lit up, and he thinks maybe it could even pencil in. When Ms. Hahn talks about the harbor and that incredible filth that comes out of those old trucks, it would work right out of there as well. And this could be, in this holiday season, the dream come true, which is privately financed, public right-of-ways, and they're able to do it in a rather quick time frame compared to what we were thinking. Tell me about time frames on this. The simple technology of every mile putting up a few posts. Explain that.
Councilman, the business plan that was submitted indicates that if environmental clearance were obtained, and environmental clearance is going to be an important ingredient in moving forward, but that if environmental clearance is obtained, that over the next decade that they could build the system that I just described. Let me note that the system needs to be tested. They're proposing a pilot of 2 miles within the port area on an abandoned railroad. The cost estimates that they've supplied need to be verified and further substantiated with real-life experience within the region. But the business case that is submitted indicates that within the cost that we're paying today to move the containers by truck, that within that same cost structure they can build, move, and clean up the air, which would be a really substantial benefit to the region. The issue, quite frankly, in moving forward on this is to have an entity that is the sponsor, the lead agency for such a project. SCAG is a planning, coordinating agency. We are not an implementing agent. I've spoken to Councilwoman Janice Hahn about the possibility of the ACTA being a lead role, and also I want to note to the City Council that your Transportation Committee, under the leadership of Mayor Villaraigosa 3 years ago, and Councilman Smith started the process of forming a JPA that could be used for passengers. That JPA also will be coming to this council hopefully in the month of January. If we do not have a lead agency and political leadership, I don't care what legislative authority or what proposals we have, it just won't get done.
You know, I'm going to be on that JPA because I believe in what you're saying now, and I want your legacy to be getting that maglev up and running. And when you said in 1 decade we could get it going, I can envision also 40% of the planes that go to LAX are cargo only. Up to Palmdale and out of Palmdale on a maglev that can take it all over the country. We'll truly go regional with our air traffic. And for we, the people on the ground, we've had our gridlock, and this is an opportunity in a 10-year period to give real hope to the constituents that the private sector in its partnership with the public will be able to build something that works. I'm going to go down to Atlanta, take a look at it. I know Mr. Garcetti intends to. I know Ms. Hahn intends to. We all want to be there. Last question is the tie-in between you as a planner and we as elected officials. I don't believe that SCAG and government have connected enough and that your studies end up on the desk and dusty rather than implementation. What can we do at our level to take a lot of these regional dreams and make them a reality? What political leadership are you looking for from us?
Thank you, Councilman, for the last question. It's probably the best softball that I've been handed in my career of 31 years. But without leadership, I don't know about you, but when I look at the grades that our region has, and I look at how well we stack up against other regions, I feel that we can do better. And furthermore, we have the opportunity to do better, but we're not going to do better unless the political leadership stands up and takes on the task. There's no excuse for us having spent 4 years trying to get a JPA for a venture that we know we need to do.
Right.
There's really no excuse for our port having the condition that it does. You have excellent commissions. You have outstanding staff. We have great agencies in this region, but we need leadership to pull them together to coordinate on a coordinated vision. And I would say one thing. Almost everything else you do, someone else can do except one thing. There's no one else in our society that is charged with the opportunity to provide the vision and direction for our community. Of all the other tasks that you perform, you can privatize them, you can find other alternatives, but there is absolutely no substitution anywhere in our society for the vision of where we take our communities. And it's the thing that we least participate in. We don't spend the time we need to do to develop our vision because we're so caught up in our day-to-day activities. I really urge all of you, not just 3 of you, to participate in our forums, in the partnership efforts that are going to be needed to carry us forward. Because without vision, you really don't go very far. So thank you for the opportunity. There's plenty of committees. Every single one of you are members of the Regional Council, including the mayor. Every single one of you have the opportunity to lead these initiatives, and without your leadership, they're going to flounder.
Yeah, and I want to thank Ms. Gruhl for her leadership on the Transportation Committee. It's been an honor serving on that committee and seeing the leadership she's provided on a lot of these transportation issues. Thank you, colleague. Thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you, Councilman.
You may note that Mark's going to be retiring pretty soon, so he may not be here for the maglev.
Don't let him retire until it's up.
For the
You have to stay
for the ribbon cutting of the maglev. Councilmember Tom LaBonge.
Mr. Pisano, thank you for your service to this great region, and also thank you to your wife's service to the County of Los Angeles, and she was the chair of the Bicentennial Committee when the city celebrated its 200th anniversary. The state, how do you balance the state? Because if that was my grade in school, I'd feel like, other than the grades I did get in shop and print shop and football, which were all A's, I feel a little bad about some of those D's, okay? How do you get the psyche of the people up that we could achieve greatness? And just hold my time on that one question. Because what you're saying is we're failing in so many points, and then people give up hope. What I don't want people to do is give up hope.
But first of all, Councilman, we're not failing, except in some areas, and I think we know those areas. But we're not great. And our objective should be to really be the best. And your question of how do we do it, let me just say that the intergovernmental experiment of the last 50 years is over. And if you think that Washington, D.C. and Sacramento are going to come in and solve our problems, then I think you're going to be waiting a long time in order for our problems to be solved.
They still require things from us.
Let me just note that what we should ask of them is for them to give us the authority to solve our own problems. Last year they gave us 1467. It went into effect January of this year. By November of this year, we had proposals in our office. Now, that in my estimation is...
People who watch it on 35 and in the audience here, 1467
is a bill, and I mentioned it in my comments. It's a bill that allows us to bring private sector services to the table to address public issues, a public-private partnership bill. We need to ask Sacramento and Washington to give us the authority and the tools to be able to solve our problem. And furthermore, let me just say, there's no reason that this region can't generate the wealth and the resources it needs to solve its problem. We always turn to someone else to solve our problems for us, and it isn't going to happen. The reason we've been stalled the last 10 years in these grades is that that's been our motto. We've been going to Sacramento and Washington thinking they're going to address our port access, they're going to address our airport and our transportation, housing, and other problems. We need to look and we need to craft solutions within our own region. The plans that we're putting on the table put forth such strategies. They're innovative, they're different, and furthermore, they allow us to really be the lead region in what I call the century of globalization. We are the global headquarters for the United States. We should be the lead region.
Well, there's a challenge because every day we're sleeping. Other places in the world are advancing in education and other areas. Question on the maglev and high-speed rail. Is there a preferred? You have a preference on that? Because there's an orange line. And then there's the maglev, and there's a little. So you clarify that. You could run my time. My time's not on the clock, so I'm going to talk as long as the clock's not on the top.
Councilman,
Give me more time, Mr. Lamonge.
Let me just say that the issue of what technology we use, and from my perspective, the market ought to determine what technology that we can use, and they're set up to take risks for new technology. The reason we don't introduce technologies in the public sector is that we're for the most part, risk averse. So what precise form of technology? I don't think we should spell it out. I know our staffs are trying to say, well, we're smart enough to be able to determine it. I don't think we are.
All right, let me ask another question. These are free, let's say between the pillars here in this John Farrar Chambers, or the right-of-ways of freeways in Southern California. Should we use those right-of-ways to put transit on top of those right-of-ways, such as rail lines and others?
Well, the proposal that's in the Regional Transportation Plan, and it's now been built on 10 years of doing feasibility studies, is that we built our region, interestingly enough, on the red line, the old red cars.
Red car lines.
Those, if you look at those corridors, we built freeways on those corridors.
Right.
And we built our region around them. And we shouldn't apologize for the fact that we built a highly decentralized region around a network. The vision that's in the Transportation and Growth Plan is that we in fact use those corridors, we go up because it's less expensive, and we use the centers, what we call our 2% areas throughout our region, tied to that network. And we have centers. This is the dominant center, the area that we are in right now. But we have about 20 of these centers throughout our region, including Ontario and Riverside and Irvine and Anaheim in Orange County, etc.
Tom's Farm down there off of 15.
Yeah, well, that's the way our region grew up.
Right.
And let me just say that many claim that we're the sprawl capital of the world. I disagree. We defined a transportation solution that everyone tried to implement the last century. I think it's our opportunity to define the transportation strategy that everyone will implement in this century. And using the freeways, using the right-of-ways with different technology is the key to doing that.
Right. Well, Mr. Pisano, thank you for your great service. Please give him a round of applause for his great service to the Southern California area government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lamont. Janice Hahn. Ms. Hahn.
Mr. President. And certainly, thank you, Mark, for your great service and leading SCAG and really getting us to begin to looking at our problems regionally. There are regional problems. They need regional solutions. I will tell you, though, I am most gratified that we are finally beginning to look at air quality in such a serious way. Because we cannot talk about goods movement. We cannot talk about mobility. We cannot talk about any of these issues without talking about air quality. And until we get to the point that no matter what we build or what we propose, has zero emissions, then I don't think we're looking at this properly. Your figures that you put up on the board are a little different than some of those I use, but clearly the fact that we're talking about 5,400 premature deaths, I always use 350,000 kids missed days of school because of asthma and other respiratory illnesses in our children. 1 million days of lost productivity for our workforce. I mean, these are incredible figures. And a lot of it has to do with cargo-related pollution. And our ports in Long Beach and Los Angeles are the major polluter in this region. And I always say people don't realize that ships, contribute 20% of all the air pollution in the L.A. region. That's unbelievable. We know that in the harbor area. We can see it down there. But I don't know if the rest of the Los Angeles region understands that a lot of the pollution comes from ships. So we're all for being the hub of goods movement in this region, but we really have to tackle this from the perspective of zero emissions. And I am a big believer in maglev, or whatever we're going to call this high-speed transit. I think it's a great idea. Never thought of it before in terms of cargo, but we know that that's one of the demonstration pieces of this project in Atlanta, and that makes a lot of sense to begin looking at moving that cargo. Again, the projections at the port are that it will triple by 2020, and right now we're having 14 million containers coming in and out of those port complexes on an annual basis. It's hard to comprehend that we're going to be able to handle that kind of growth. So I really like the direction we're going in. And again, Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority is a joint powers authority that already exists. Has worked to build the Alameda Corridor, and certainly I know that they stand ready to help consider managing a project of that sort for this region. So I like the way we're thinking. I like the way we're going. I'm not going to be happy, and nor do I think any of us, not business, not labor, not anyone should be happy until we get an A in air quality in this region. It is absolutely something that we've got to take very, very seriously. The billions of dollars we're spending in health-related costs as a result of our goods movement pollution is just something we shouldn't be accepting anymore. So I like the way you're thinking. I like the way you've led SCAG to begin to look at this issue in this way. And I'm now on the Transportation Committee, so I'm looking forward to really being there and having a very loud voice about the whole goods movement issue, from infrastructure to the air quality.
Councilman Hahn, let me just second what you just said. And note that we have an enormous opportunity being the logistics capital for this country. let me just say that the logistic worker makes more money than the manufacturing worker that they're replacing. So it is the industry that could lead those the income and wage numbers up. But it's also the Achilles heel is the air quality. And it's not only with respect to our ports, but it's also with respect to our airports, Councilmember Rosendahl, and also our transport system. We have to have a transformational change in the technologies that we use in all areas. Combustion has to be removed from this basin if we're going to deal with PM 2.5. And technically that fact is supportable. And furthermore, if we're going to achieve our CO2 targets, which increasingly we're going to find the need to as a society to do, we can only do it if we in fact transform our society. We cannot do incremental add-ons to existing projects with existing technologies. I can't say anything more strongly than that if we want to solve our transportation and our air quality simultaneously. It's not only true for goods movement, it's also true for people movement.
Absolutely, and if we're ever going to get people out of their cars, we have to have a public transportation system that works, that's connected, that's convenient and easy to use. And I'm starting to advocate for the Harbor Line. I think the harbor area is very disconnected from the rest of the city. Harbor Line would make perfect sense coming downtown and also connecting to the Green Line, which we know ultimately will connect right into LA International Airport. Makes a lot of sense with the cruise industry, connected to the airport. There ought to be public transportation that's fast, easy, convenient, that connects all these areas of the city of Los Angeles. So I'll be pushing for the Harbor Line.
Mr. Parks.
Mark, I was just wondering, because one of the things we intend to do after your presentation is to send this book to several of our committees. Could you, for the public's benefit and ours, just give us what you think are the top 1 or 2, 3 items of solutions in those 7 categories that would kind of put in context what efforts we should be moving towards?
Councilmember Parks, very simply, the first, and I would say the area you control the most, and that is the actual the shape of the city of Los Angeles in the future, I think is absolutely critical. The land use pattern and the development pattern, and this notion of a 2% strategy, and it's very simple. You take your transit core centers and your key transportation corridors and build around them, not everywhere. Unfortunately, we built in a lot of places we shouldn't be building density, and we now have a community that's up in arms. And therefore, they're saying, don't build anything. So the first strategy is, and your planning department, we're working collectively with your planning department, my staff. We have demonstration projects on the exposition line, which is in your district, council member, but build where we should build and don't build where we shouldn't.
Don't what?
Don't build where we shouldn't. Don't put density where it shouldn't be. Put it on transit and transportation corridors so we don't keep building more congestion, because the region is going to grow appropriately. The second key strategy is we have to change the technology that we're using in our transport system. I think I've covered that. And that enables us to deal with an air quality, and it also enables us to deal with the transport issue. The third, and that's the issue of housing. We cannot have a region that's unaffordable. And right now our region is unaffordable. Infill with the appropriate land use and financing strategies tied together give us the resources that we need to solve the problem. There is not enough subsidy in Washington if we use the entire GMP to subsidize housing. So we're going to have to put it within how we zone, how we grant permits, and policies for development, and how we finance. So that we can deal with our housing issue. The last, and it really ties the previous 3 areas together, The city of Los Angeles, I didn't say this, but the city of Los Angeles has fewer jobs in it today than it had in the year 1980. Let me repeat that. There are fewer jobs in the city of Los Angeles today than there was in the year 1980, and there's 1.2 million more people. Now, that doesn't add up. And the employment issue within the city, within the region, and the nature of the jobs needs to be put on the table. If we build infrastructure, and if we build housing, and furthermore, if we move our logistics industry, we believe within our region we can add close to 1.5 million jobs, and jobs that pay better than the service jobs that we've developed in the last year. So those are the four things that I would suggest. I think that they appropriately fit in with a number of your various committees. The one area that I would urge the committee to look at with respect to your committee structure is where does the job employment and the increases in wages, who's got responsibility for that? What public policy are we going to establish to accomplish that objective? Because if we don't do that, the high cost of living here is going to be a real impediment, and a lot of people are not living well, and they're really struggling because of that particular issue.
Thank you, Mr. Pisano. And colleagues, we have a amending motion 60A that asks that this document be moved to the various committees within council so that we as a council can begin to address some of these 7 areas and also address the issues of where we might be failing. And so I want to thank you very much for coming and giving us your time.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Parks, for allowing me, and President Garcetti and the council for allowing me the time.
We have more members that have questions for you, Mark. Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Parks, you completed?
We would just like to, myself, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Zine would like to give a presentation to Mr. Pisano before he leaves for his retirement.
Yes. Mr. Alarcon.
One of the things that, and we've been working together for many, many years, and I want to thank Councilmember Parks for bringing this opportunity forward. But frankly, the strategies of SCAG and the strategies of the City of Los Angeles have not always been consistent. One of the things, in order for us to use the State of the Region report, that will talk about moving goods and all these great recommendations, and they all mean nothing if we don't take action on them as the multitude of municipalities that impact this particular report. What I'm trying to get at is how do we build better cooperation? How do we develop a better strategic alliance between the City of Los Angeles and SCAG? As I understand from the news articles, one of the reasons we're having this discussion right now is because few council members participate. In fact, I think Mr. Parks and Mr. Smith are the only two that have been, and Mr. Zine, okay, I'll take your word for that, have been the most consistent in participating. But frankly, when I was on the city council, and of course I did participate back then, but the relationship wasn't that great, and it wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. So one of the things that I would seek your counsel on is how can we work better in cooperation and prioritizing so that we can move agendas together.
Councilman Alarcon, I mentioned 4 policy issues. Let me put it in terms that you deal with on a day-to-day basis. We have a transportation plan that's out in draft. Your transportation committee should have a hearing on that plan. If it had a hearing on that plan, it would bring press and visibility and broader public discourse because you're the lead city in our region. And that transportation plan, let me put it in terms that we're going to have to deal with. It calls for $500 billion of investment in our region. And we don't have it. We're about $170 billion short, and we're going to have to bring private capital to the table. Okay, the projects that are in that plan, the projects that are in the city's within the city, and furthermore, the projects the city needs to take a lead ought to be a matter of discourse in your transportation committee. You have a plum committee and the growth vision, the 2%. How do you take your neighborhood plans and build the 2% areas? And furthermore, how do we coordinate between that plan and what goes on in transportation, and furthermore, what goes on with your neighbors? There's a lot of agencies involved. You have members on appointments on the MTA. You have your own transportation committee, but that activity can't be planned in isolation from what our vision is and how we grow our region. And let me just suggest, I think that we give you the instruments to that you can pull things together.
And perhaps vice versa, but my point is that sometimes relationship building is as critical as being smart. We have experts, you have experts, we have policymakers, you have policymakers. I think we need to have a sit down, a convening, so that we can get ourselves on the same page. I'm not, on the policy issues, largely I agree with SCAG on most of its policy, projections. But I just think that we need to do a lot more to build a better relationship between the SCAG and the City of Los Angeles government.
In terms of, Councilman, you mentioned an interesting word, and that is the notion of a summit.
I didn't say summit, but that's a good one.
I think you did.
Okay, I'll take it.
At least I heard you say that.
I think we should have a summit.
But let me just make one observation. You are my leadership. I don't have separate leadership. I'm looking at my leadership today. I have a 72-person board that I report to. If the leadership of LA and the rest of the leadership took the transportation in our comprehensive plan and say, okay, now let's roll up our sleeves and get it done, and let's have the kind of let's call it relationship building, team building, leadership development, then we will get the job done. And it's grounded in very specific projects. It's grounded in very specific financial instruments. And there's a lot more that we need to put in place if we're going to solve our own problems. But it's only going to happen if we have the kind of relationship building, team building that you mentioned, Cal. A summit.
Mr. Smith, followed by Wendy Grohl.
I'm actually going to make some comments, a few minutes, but I wanted to ask just one question. As you're leaving us after so many years of great service, and I think you're a great visionary, I want you to put yourself in this seat right now. You've identified a lot of problems, a lot of failures, a lot of potentials, but if you were sitting here now and it was your last day in the City Council, what's the one thing that you could reach up and do easily? And what's the one thing that may be the hardest to do but most achievable? What are two things you can impart to us as public policy makers, the low-hanging fruit that we can grab fast to make a fix on some of these, and maybe the more complicated ones but are achievable if we work hard? What are two things you would do?
Pass the JPA to implement the passenger side of high speed and use your leadership to get ACTA to do the goods movement. That can be done in the next 6 months, and I'm convinced that within the next year we can start building something. That's the easy thing. I mean, and by the way, people have been critical of both me and my organization for looking to these advanced technologies, but actually they are our only hope. The more difficult, the harder, because it involves every single one of your constituents, and that is, how do we redesign and rebuild our communities so that we can deal with the kinds of population growth that we're going to need, the kind of housing that we're going to need? And I think that's going to be very difficult. I listened attentively to your previous discussion, and I think that's the struggle that you're having in the 2-hour discussion that preceded my presentation. How do we get your community, yourselves, and what we need to do innovatively on the same page? I think that's the harder.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate the very short answer also after a long day that we're going to have today. I just want to say that we've been extremely fortunate to have your vision because I think you're a great visionary. We're going to keep that vision here. In case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, Mark is going to become a professor at the University of Southern California in the field of mega regions and teach future public policy students, future council members, supervisors, elected officials, the concept of regionalization and how you interact, all that. And I think you're going to continue to be a great asset to us. So thank you very much for those answers. That JPA, by the way, is coming to Ms. Gruel's committee, I believe, in January. We've got an agreement now with Ontario, West Covina to move forward. And I thank Jerry Miller, particularly from the CLA's office, for shepherding that through and getting it done. But we're going to do that. Thank you, Mark. It's been a real challenge. A lot of people didn't believe in maglev. Thanks to a number of developments recently, that is coming to the forefront. And I told the mayor's office yesterday, this is one of those things that you can actually deliver big. This is not fixing stoplights, moving a little cars here and there on one street or another. This is a major regional impact that's going to impact this region for decades and decades and decades to come. And I'm really pleased that we have an opportunity to do that, and I thank you for that leadership on that.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Ms. Gruel.
I will be brief because a lot has been said and a lot talked about transportation. And the great thing about this City Council is that we have several people who are advocates for transportation solutions and work very hard, and lucky to have a 5-member committee which is very, very active, each in not only their own areas but being creative and innovative. The problem is large enough for all of us to be sitting at the table to help resolve it. And SCAG has played a key role in identifying some of those regional approaches, which are critical because we too often do look just solely at our own city. One of the things we are embarking upon, which we're working with SCAG and money from SCAG, which is to do our own strategic plan here in the city of Los Angeles that links up to many of the recommendations you have in your SCAG report, but what's happening at MTA and Caltrans. And we'll count on the staff and others to participate and be a part of that strategic plan. They've already been engaged, I know, with our CLA and my staff. And, you know, data, I think it's Mr. LaBonge always says this, information is power. And this data that SCAG puts together is not only required in many instances by other agencies, but is important for us as we're planning for the future. And so I know this report that we're hearing about today and have read about, each of them will come to our separate committees, and I look forward to it coming to the Transportation Committee and having it link up with what we're trying to do in a strategic plan and what Mr. LaBonge and Mr. Rosendahl had suggested, I second, which was looking at a Southern California view of transportation. It's taken us a long time to get to this position where we have the worst traffic practically probably in the country, and it's going to take us a while to resolve some of those challenges, but we're going to have to think outside the box and we're going to have to do things differently. So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you, Mark. We have known each other for a long time, probably, 30 years, 20 to 30 years. So nice to see you here today, and all of the hard work you have done has had a big impact and an imprint here in the region, and particularly in the city of Los Angeles. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Look forward to having that come before our Transportation Committee. Thank you, Mr. Zine.
You're welcome. Mr. Parks, did you have anything else to add?
Laura? Yeah. Jerry. Smith, Greg.
Marks?
Oh, come on. Tom is always directing. All right, Tom. Thank you. Take 6. On behalf of the Los Angeles City Council, we'd like to thank Mark for 30 years of being involved in the planning process for the 6 counties of SCAG. And certainly, I have a great appreciation since I've been going to the meetings, but we did not want him to leave today with that presentation without all of us being able to say thank you. We appreciate what you've done, and as Greg said, we'll be looking for your continued participation in our community with the educational process as you train new planners down the road. So on behalf of the Los Angeles City Council, every elected official has signed this to say thank you.
Thank you.
photo shoot.
Yes, sit at the table. Come on, Wendy.
Wendy, come on down.
Let's do one at the table.
No, he's the man of the people. Real quick.
Man of the people.
Okay, baby. Here comes Wendy.
Who's
on three. Ready? Ready? 1, 2, 3.
You're bald.
No pressure.
All right.
All right.
No flash. No flash.
Okay.
So we still have to vote on this one? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Oh, right.
Open the roll.
Mr. President, there's a vote on this item.
There's a vote?
Yes.
Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That matter passes. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is Special 1.
Special one, Mr. Garcetti.
On the findings, Mr. President, thank you. Colleagues, on the findings pursuant to Rule 23 of the Council rules here, we had hoped that the writers' strike by now would have been resolved. Last time when we urged the parties to come to the table together, we successfully brought the parties together. Unfortunately, that's not the case. So since the posting of our agenda, we learned that they're still not back at the table, and that constitutes an emergency situation. And pursuant to Rule 23, since the posting of today's agenda, economic experts have given updated testimony regarding the economic impacts, but also have informed us that we still don't have both parties at the table. So immediate action is required by the City Council, as this is the final council meeting of the year. So I'd like to make those findings, and I'll say a few words about the resolution that's before us, but I would ask for your support on the findings. Open the roll on the findings.
For the findings,
Open the roll.
open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right.
Thank you. And if I could be recognized on the motion.
Mr.
Well,
Garcia.
it's not done yet. So that just means it's now before us, because under the rules of the state of California, you have to put it on the agenda 72 hours in advance, any items, unless it's an emergency item. This is an emergency item. So just to let you know the process, it is now before us, and we still have to vote on it. I want to thank all the members of the entertainment community and other industries that were a part of the session that our chairman, Herb Wesson, held today in our Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. Colleagues, I want to thank you for your support early on in this strike, when we stood here in these council chambers urging resolution as quickly as possible. Would that had come to fruition, and unfortunately it has not. And as we enter the 7th week of this strike, we are beginning to feel that economic and human impact of this strike. We see it in the emails and the phone calls and the letters that we get from our restaurants and our florists and our caterers and our dry cleaners who have seen business turned down. We hear it from the writers who live in our district who have not been at work for 7 weeks now, from prop shops and other people who are directly related to the economic engine that is the entertainment industry. But we also heard testimony this morning from our own city administrative office, and we had Rex, who there was talking about the lost revenues, which we estimate, if there's a 0.5% downturn in the sales tax, we're talking approximately $20 million. That the impact of this is now not just something indirectly felt. We have a responsibility, of course, representing people, to hear and to listen and to do whatever we can to resolve things. But we also now have a direct stake, because this endangers our city's ability to deliver those critical city services, whether it's cleaning streets, whether it's our firehouses and our police divisions, whether it's making sure we have our libraries open. As that revenue gets less and less in an already difficult budget year, it underscores the importance of making sure we get this resolved. It takes two parties to talk this through, and we encourage both sides to get to the table. We have a resolution here which says that today in Special 1, as we passed unanimously before. And we hope that, because this is the last council day, this will give the impetus to our fellow constituents, be they producers or writers, though I believe the writers are still at the table, last I checked, but get the producers back at the table as well, to make sure that we get this done.
We cannot afford this. We have done an amazing job around this horseshoe for the industry. We have people like Councilmember Wendy Gruhl, who work directly in the entertainment industry. We have helped them in 4 ways, just off the top of my head. Whether it's a filming job, we have often made sure that we have a way of ensuring that filming stays here in Los Angeles. Whether it's the permitting process, through that as well. We've also made our city buildings available for free for filming. At the studios themselves, we have looked at helping those studios expand the use of their studio space by giving them the help with the entitlement process and the zoning and the land use to make sure that they stay vibrant. And we've also made entertainment sector the lowest payers of our city's business tax because we want that industry to stay here and grow, and we've successfully lobbied at the state level for tax credits, not the filming tax credits that we so badly need, but at least as a start, tax credits for our empowerment zones for those locations that are in redevelopment areas such as in Hollywood. So we have put ourselves forward helping this industry out, and now we want it to help Los Angeles and resolve this strike as quickly as possible. I ask you for your help. I thank the writers who have been so patient here today, and we thank you for putting a human face on what this is about. This is about our neighbors. This is about our friends. This is about our fellow Angelinos. It isn't about a closed industry. It is about an open city and one that must do right by all, and we hope and urge that the parties will come back to the table and resolve this before this turns into something that brings down the entire economy here in Los Angeles in a more dramatic way. So thank you, and I urge your support today.
Councilmember Gruhl.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, both Mr. Presidents, and Mr. Wesson for holding that hearing today. As Mr. Garcetti mentioned, I worked in the entertainment industry for about 4.5 years, and I have to say, before I did that, I'm not sure I understood the implications of how vital the industry was to our communities and the jobs that were created, not just the jobs in front of the camera, but behind the camera, and all of it that makes it possible. And I think that we know that it also goes to the restaurants and the dry cleaners, and I represent Studio City and Sherman Oaks and Valley Village and Valley Glen and Sunland Tahunga, various areas which are dramatically impacted. A day does not go by that I don't meet an individual or several who come up to me at the grocery store, at the dry cleaners or a place, and say, this is really having a great impact on my life and what it's going to be in the future. And the entertainment industry is really the staple of our city. I like to use the phrase that New York would never let Wall Street leave. In Los Angeles, we cannot let Hollywood and the entertainment industry leave because we have seen the economic impact of the strike and how important it is to get people back to the table. It is so critically important to get people to talk through the issues that are remaining and ones which I think are critically important to the future of this industry and something that impacts, I know, my family as well as we deal with this strike here in the region. And so I want to thank you for bringing this up, because the attention that we give and the constant discussion about ensuring people are talking together is very important. And as we go into the holidays in just the next few weeks, next week, we all are going to be thinking about those individuals who are not able to know what the future is going to hold for them. And so I stand strong as well to get people back to the table. This is too important. We need to resolve this now. We need to let people have their jobs back and be able to function. And to keep that industry here, because you got to bet that there are a lot of other places in this country that are trying to take away the jobs that we have here in Los Angeles and going to other countries. We have to keep it here in Los Angeles and keep that vital part of Los Angeles alive, and that is our entertainment industry, and that the basis for that are writers who spend all their day. You could probably have a few pilots from what you've seen today in council, or not. It may not be that entertaining. But thank you all for being here and being here this morning. I know an overflow room, which the meeting started at 7:30 in the morning, and many of you were here, and I heard it as I was coming up the elevator, the cheers and the people that were talking. But we are all behind the scenes. I know our mayor and governor as well as many of us on the city council, trying to get people back to the table, and know that I will continue to do that as well. Thank you all for being here today, and thank you very much, Mr. President.
Our next speaker, Councilmember Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Mr. Wesson, as chair, Mr. Garcetti, as the great president of this council, for the voices this morning, the voices that should be heard, to try to bring people to a table to resolve a dispute. I've got many emails. This one is here. You may know him, Planet Ranch, and his name is Howard Burkhans, and he says, I want to work, but I want to have a fair opportunity to work. And the history of this community and the history of Hollywood should be fair, because it's the creative forces and those who write. I write very few things. I kind of just have them come into my mind a little bit. But I know if I want to hit the point, and if I really want to get the vote of everybody, I write it down or have somebody write it for me. The writers are the backbone of the entertainment industry. And without writing, I don't know what that was. It was a writer who wrote that there. I don't want to say the bad word. But without writing, it's crap. Okay? And I don't mean to say it that way. And I apologize to my mother who's in heaven on that. But that's what the entertainment industry will give us unless they get the writers back working and be fair to them. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you, Mr. Wesson, very much so.
And thank you, Marshall High, for Tom Labange. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was out there on the picket line, and I'll go back on the picket line. To me, it's outrageous. Look, when you're a writer, you have your ups and your downs in terms of the job. But if you have a baseline and all those residuals, all the new technology that creates opportunities should be shared with the people who create it, which is the writer, period. And if you have your good day and then you have your bad day, you know you got that money coming in. It is the baseline for the writer between the good days and the bad times. What I'm finding really humorous is Jay Leno, who I thought was the funniest guy around, ain't too funny without a writer. And he's admitting that. And he's been on the picket line, too. And then, of course, there's the overall multiplier effect on so many other industries that are connected to the entertainment industry, that the longer the strike lasts, the more problematic it's going to be for more people. It's as simple as that. And so the appeal really is to the industry. Look, I was a cable exec. I know how you pencil the monies and the profits and all that. It's time they came to the table with you and said, okay, we'll make a deal. So that's my holiday wish. They'll come together with you and that we'll get the strike behind us so 08 can be a fresh new year for all of us. Thank you for the motion.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you. President Garcetti alluded to the fact the economic impact is great. I think that the disaster is already here. I know, as Ms. Gruhl does, so many people that are dependent upon the industry for their survival. We know that it is the largest economic driver in Los Angeles, and the ripple effect is about $7 for every dollar spent in the entertainment industry, ripples through the economy in other jobs. I know I owned a tuxedo shop many years ago. One of my biggest clients was Universal Studios. I wouldn't be renting to them today if I still owned that store. I know a young lady who has a gift basket business. The largest clients she has are in the entertainment industry. She's not sending any gift baskets this year because nobody's working. And so that ripple effect is tremendously great throughout our economy. I don't think we're going to see the end of it for a long time, unfortunately, because the impact is already there. And as we're looking at declining revenues, and this system is going to talk about that in a bit, we're going to see the business market is way down, revenues are down, it's going to continue to be down. We've got to solve this strike now. And if we don't, ladies and gentlemen, I just say, maybe those Oscars and Emmys coming up next year, they're not going to have writers, but maybe instead of giving shiny trophies, they ought to give a lump of coal out. Because they're ruining the greatest industry we have in this city, and I hate to see that happen. So I hope you're all back to work very shortly. We need you. We need you. The most important industry we have in our city, and you're the backbone of it. So good luck in this strike. I appreciate very much what Mr. Garcetti did, and I support all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. That sentiment is shared by all of us on the council. Madam Clerk, on this matter, is there a vote? Yes. Okay, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Forthwith on that. Everything today will be forthwith. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item 30, and that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Number 30, Mr. Rosendahl.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Could we ask the City Department to come on up for a second and make a couple of comments? Good afternoon. Could you just give us a quick summary of what this issue is?
Yeah, this is an appeal of my name is Theodore Irving with the City Planning Department, and this is an appeal of a tentative tract decision, and the particular issue is a tenant relocation, and the payment, and the procedures are followed by the applicant.
And could somebody tell us what those procedures are and what happened?
Good afternoon, Councilman Haka Mordezai with the Housing Department. When a property owner is ellising, they must file specific documents with the Housing Department. And then if a tenant believes that there has been a violation in the process, they can file a complaint, and our rent investigations unit then takes a look at the matter. In this case, there was a complaint filed by the tenant in this matter, and our investigations took a look at it. The documents that are required to be filed in the Ellis process were filed on April 9th of 2007, and if you recall, the council passed the tenant relocation ordinance to be effective on April 11th. We looked at the documents and we found that they were in keeping with the procedures that are required, and we found no violations. And as a result, the department issued a determination letter that the amounts that are due were in fact the amounts that are under the old ordinance prior to the increase that took effect 2 days after the filing. It is my understanding that in the appeal that was put forth by the tenant's attorneys, certain issues were raised, such as the various notices that required to be signed, that the notice of intent, the date of it was incorrect as to the date that it was actually filed and the termination had been started. And also the tenant's attorney raised points related to information that had to be contained in the 120-day termination notice. And we looked at those points and we did not find merit with those points. We didn't find authority in the statutes for those. And the information that the tenant's attorney was stating that needed to be included in the termination notice was actually information that had to be included in a notice subsequent to filing, which the property owner actually submitted copies to the Housing Department of.
Do you want to add anything?
I'm just here if you have any questions. Maya Zaitsevsky, Planning.
Great. Okay. Mr. President, if we could open up the public hearing and allow some comments to happen, I'd appreciate it.
And how much time would you like, Mr. Rosenthal?
Well, it depends how many cards you have there.
Just a couple on number 30.
Okay. I'd like to give a couple of minutes to each person.
Well, there's 4 cards on number 30.
Okay, 2 minutes a card.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. If we could open the hearing, and could you call them up? And why don't you just turn your chairs around and listen in case you need to react.
Faye Jahar, Noel Weiss, Kevin McDonald, and Chuck Tennant. In that order, please. Faye Jahar.
Mr. President,
yes.
This is a fair hearing matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the testimony at the podium or looking at their video screens.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Go ahead, ma'am.
I would like to first of all say please don't base our numbers on the turnout today, because our hearing date has been changed several times and most people couldn't get off work, especially so close to the holiday. My first question is, if the landlord has done everything lawfully, then why did LAHD initially rule in favor of the tenants receiving the post-April 11th relocation amounts? And also, why did it take them so long to retract their initial decision? It took them seven months. Our first letter came in May, and the next one came in November. And I really don't understand what it matters the date it's served on the tenants when the eviction notice itself to me appears to be very illegal since it's not even assigned. And I would also like to state for the record that Ian Yom at LAHD doesn't answer his phone or answer or return phone calls, so we may not discuss this matter further with him. And that's why I've been forced to bring this matter to you. And there were at least 7 or 8 complaints from all the tenants at the 441 and 443 about this matter to LAHD that I'm aware of. And otherwise, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Noel Weiss.
Council members, good afternoon. I represent the tenants here. I think we just heard a report from SCAG about housing affordability we have in this situation. I think we're right now, right here, at the intersection where principle meets reality. We're talking about the destruction of 31 units of affordable rent-controlled housing, and they're going to be replaced by 45 units of luxury housing. Now, specifically what we're talking about, we're not against the project. Obviously, they have rights. There's not an affordable housing policy yet. Maybe next year. We'll keep our fingers crossed. But in the meantime, what we're talking about here is getting these people what they're entitled to get under the rent control law. Here are the issues. Number one, there's no finding. The community plan requires a finding as to whether or not basically the edges of these people have been smoothed out properly. There is no finding. That's an error. Number two, we're talking about a mitigation component added in to as a remediation condition. That's an appropriate request, and that's something that this council can do. Number three, specifically with regard to the housing issues, very important consideration. Number one, and I know Martha Carrasco in the housing department is a terrific woman, but the thing is, nobody elected Martha Carrasco. They elected you people. Martha Carrasco does not have the authority to basically decide for herself what the law is. Only the city council does. Now, the law specifically that Haka, and he's a terrific guy as well, but frankly, with all due respect, they're wrong on this, ladies and gentlemen. What we're talking about is Section 151.23. That was put forward by Mr. Garcetti and others last September when we basically took care of the tenants. That specifically requires that the tenants their tenancy be terminated first before the Ellis Act notification is filed with the Housing Department. The specific language is that when they file the notice of intent to withdraw, it has to state that there's a certification under penalty of perjury that actions have been initiated by law to terminate the tenancies. That did not happen here. That declaration is on the form that the gentleman signed on March 2nd, but he didn't file it until April 8th, and he did not take steps prior to filing to basically terminate the tenancies. That is the error that occurred here. The Housing Department took it upon itself. Can I just finish?
Go ahead and conclude, Mr.
Thank you. Because this is really the core point. The Housing Department took it upon itself to decide, no, we don't need to have them basically terminate the tenancies first. That is the problem here. And number two, the way you terminate a tenancy under the law is specifically in the Civil Code. And it says you have to serve them personally or you have to post and mail. Neither of which occurred here. That is a fact. They won't dispute it. And the bottom line is housing, with all due respect to housing, they basically missed it. What we want is the post-April 11th relocation monies because the Ellis Act protocol was not appropriately filed here. Thank you very much.
Mr. Weiss. Kevin McDonald. Kevin.
Yes, honorable council members, good afternoon. My name is Kevin McDonald of the law firm Jeffer, Mangles, Butler, and Marmoro, representing the owner of the property 441 Barrington, LLC. Let's be clear for the record here. This matter is before you now as an appeal of a tentative tract map for a condominium project. The issue of tenant relocation is being improperly brought before you here under an appeal process reserved for looking at the findings made to approve a tentative tract map. This is an illegal appeal. This is an improper form and an abuse of the system here. The appeal doesn't address anywhere in it any of the details of the project itself, which, of course, is required under 1706A4 of the Municipal Code. They don't address any aspect of the project itself. It's all this issue about tenant relocation, the enforcement of which lies with the Housing Department. And to be clear on that issue, when that complaint was first made, our office approached the Housing Department independently and got proof even before we came to the hearing stages that all of the steps were properly taken. We've entered into the record the results of at least 7 disputes that were raised by different tenants at this location. The Housing Department completed an investigation and concluded that everything was done properly. When this matter was brought before Plum, they went back and they looked at that record again. But again, what I urge you to do is stick with what is the focus of the application itself, and that is a tract map. What they're asking you to do under the guise of issues related with relocation is to grant their appeal, which would result in a denial of the map. A map where all the findings were properly made by the Deputy Advisory Agency and on appeal were properly found to be made by the West LA Area Planning Commission. That's the matter before you. You can't deny this tract map based on accusations of improper use of or improper application of the tenant relocation program. It's not before you.
Chuck Tennant, our final speaker.
Chuck Tennant, by the way, what he just said, they're not asking for that. I was asked to read the context of a letter to Bill Rosendahl from Rachel Setcase of 443 Barrington Avenue. Councilman Rosendahl, it is unfortunate that I must write you to express my total disgust of yesterday's Plum Committee and my utter disappointment. The Plum Committee was told that your office met with the Housing Department and found that all relocation requirements had been met. The appeal was denied and there was no opening for tenants to speak. First off, you were sold a bill of goods by the Housing Department. There are many violations by the owners of the Ellis Act, and we could outline with you. Based on your performance yesterday, you are clearly not interested in anything that your tenant constituents have to say about the legality of this investigation. Secondly, how can someone decide that a declaration in which the developers clearly lied and perjured is valid and legal? Please keep in mind that this form is a legal document issued by LAHD RSO. We now realize that the Plum Committee and the LAHD are not interested in upholding Ellis. Perhaps the state courts will be so inclined. Last, regardless of whether or not we agreed upon the correctness of the LAHD decision-making and reasoning, 4 of us took time off from work and were not allowed to speak at all, or 2 minutes yesterday. It's an utter insult to all the people that you claim to represent and serve. You can continue to favor developers and sweep the tenants' constituents under the rug, or you can do the right thing and include tenants in the decision-making process. You decide. One final note is, unfortunately, and I see this all the time, a lot of the council members, they sit down and they don't listen to the public on important issues. But then more importantly, they don't listen to each other, and they should. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Mr. President, indeed, I read that email 7 o'clock this morning, and of course we had a public hearing now, and Plum is Plum, and they had 3 hours on this mansionization business, and so I made sure we could have a public forum and discussion today. So to my constituent, I agree on open public process. But I'd like to ask the city staff to respond to the accusations made that what you did was not appropriate. Help me out.
Certainly, Councilman. On this particular case, the Rent Division Management specifically looked at the allegations that was raised in the appeal through the planning process, and we simply do not agree with the contentions that are raised. We do not believe that there's a signature that's required in the termination notice, and we also don't agree that the fact that the notice of intent to withdraw was signed in March. The fact that it was signed in March doesn't mean that that is not what is dispositive. It is when it is filed with the Housing Department. And it was filed on April 9th, 2 days before the new ordinance and the new relocation amounts taken effect. Certainly the Housing Department worked very closely with the council staff in formulating the new relocation policies that went into effect. But we did not find that there was a violation of the RSO in this procedure.
And colleagues, if I could have found a violation, I would have. And there's a bit of a deja vu and karma here. When I was playing out Ms. Gruhl's area last week, I sat with the city's departments. I grilled you all, got answers, and I met with the developer, and I appealed to his sense of the spirit of the holidays and to be more supportive of the tenants. I'm very confident that he will be talking to tenants individually on his own, and hopefully he'll be able to appreciate the issues we've just discussed here today, but I just don't feel I have any legal standing at this moment to force an issue, though obviously I would like to be more supportive of the tenants in this case, but you haven't given me any way to work it out other than what you've said here today. So colleagues, if we could close this discussion, I ask you for a vote to support what city staff has recommended we do.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, the matters, no other speakers. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. That passes. Thank you. Wendy Gruhl?
There was you guys can go, sorry, you can leave. I didn't mean, just make an announcement because there was some in public comment question about the project that had been alluded to before from Gary Schaffel. I received an email from him during the meeting today saying that all tenants will receive as he agreed to previously. There was some miscommunication between his staff and the tenant, but that he is still fully aware of what he agreed to at the time. So that is clear in the email. Thank you.
Thank you for that announcement, hold on, Mr. City Attorney, hold on a minute. Mr. Weezer, for an announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Just an announcement, the scheduled Audits and Government to Efficiency Committee scheduled for 2 o'clock today will be held 10 minutes after the adjournment of this regular meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
And just for the record on that last item, there was a full hearing in Plum on December 11th, and it was continued to December 18th just for the Housing Department reporting issue.
Thank you for the notation on that. Mr. Parks has a request for an item to go, and there's also the schedule. Mr. Parks, what item did you wish to proceed?
Item 59.
Item number 59. And let's proceed with item number 59. Madam Clerk, number 59, please.
Item 59 is a motion by Mr. Parks, and that's regarding a BRAT report, and that is before council.
Okay. And I'd ask Mr. Brandon Huffman to come up, who's the chair of this committee. I'd like to thank Mr. Wesson in putting together this initial motion in which there's been a variety of articles in the city of L.A. that dealt with issues such as job retention, job attraction, where we have seen the Business Journal and a variety of sources talk about what is perceived to be an unfriendly nature of business in the city of L.A. Because of the Housing Economic Development Committee and Budget and Finance, we went together on the motion asking for a one-year task force to where we could bring business leaders in that represented a variety of industries, a variety of businesses to come forth and, as a task force, develop not a 1,000-page report that would take 3 years to develop, but some very quick-hitting initiatives that can be dealt with as relates to the business interests. What we have gotten is a report that Brendan is going to report to us today. The motion that's before council is to move this to Mr. Smith's committee so that he can begin to start evaluating these 6 or 7 recommendations. But I think it's important, and I want to thank Brendan for his effort, Carol Schatz, a variety of people that stuck with this and pulled this together in behalf of the city of Los Angeles. As many of you are aware, your office has nominated people from the community that were business leaders to sit on this task force also, and we wanted to verbally commend them. Plus, with the lateness in the day, some of them had to leave, but we also have commendations in behalf of the council for each member to participate. Let me ask Mr. Wesson to make some comments as the co-presenter on that initial motion, and hopefully getting this before us today will be a first step in beginning to resolve some of those business-related issues in the city.
Well, Mr. President and members, I want to thank Mr. Parks for affording me the opportunity to work with him on this project. And basically, all I want to say, and Brendan, thank you, Brendan, for all your hard work. The reality is this is the greatest city on the planet, and we must constantly strive to make it better. What makes it great is that individuals can come here and dreams come true. We've got to make sure that we keep in place the opportunity for success. And the only way that individuals can be successful if they can either get into business and become successful, or their jobs for them to enter. And primarily, this is all we want to do. We want to send a serious message that we're business friendly. We want to show that there's a balance between the business community and the individuals that work for the business community. So again, I want to commend Mr. Parks for having this vision, having this idea, and it's just been an honor to be a participant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. And unfortunately, some of my colleagues from BRAT who are here could not stay. But I wanted to very quickly give you a sneak preview of a report which will be presented in much more detail next month, hopefully to the appropriate committee. We identified 6 areas that represent maybe not low-hanging fruit, but some opportunities that don't have too much controversy surrounding them, and we think will not only grow jobs in the city of LA, but also bring in employers and increase our tax revenue base as well. I'll go through them very quickly. The first one is business tax reform. We've demonstrated, thanks to the leadership of you all, that by modestly reducing the gross receipts tax in the city of LA, we've actually encouraged economic growth and increased our tax revenues. We think that is evidence enough that we can be more aggressive in the next few years of ultimately phasing out the gross receipts tax over a long period of time. Second is housing development reform. Part of our recommendation is already being worked on, specifically the 12-2 program. We think that by permit streamlining, we can actually make affordable housing construction more of a reality in the city of LA. Numbers 3 and 4 are similar. We'd like more investment of growing responsibly our airports and our port, which represents such a huge job base and tax revenue base. The next one is improving our business team. This was a wonderful program started by Mayor Reardon. It is still an effective program, but we think it can do much better. And lastly is an interesting proposal, which is a proposal recycled from one of the original business team members, and that is using some of the existing tax zones in our city, such as enterprise zones, and using that and looking at other federal incentives to recruit certain industries, new businesses, and businesses in other cities to a particular area. And we cite one example that might be a good idea, and that would be an entertainment tech zone, or just even just even a technology zone in the North Hollywood area. There's already a skilled workforce living in that part of the valley. There are several major studios using people with that skill, as well as manufacturers throughout the valley who could take advantage of that as well. Again, this is only a sneak preview, and there'll be a lot more discussion next month at the Job, Business Growth, and Tax Reform Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. No other speakers on this matter?
I would just like to thank Brendan again, and also I'd hope I also want to thank President Garcetti for putting together the Jobs, Growth, and Business Tax Committee, because this is a perfect fit for what they're recommending to go and get analyzed. And again, the one-year deadline is this month, so that they got their job done right under the guidelines. We'd hope at some point, once we flush these all out in committee and the council reviews them, that the prospects of maybe bringing the task force back at some time in the future may be an appropriate means of continuing the dialogue with business and giving them that platform. So I want to say thank you very much in behalf of myself and Herb Wesson to get this off the ground. Brendan would acknowledge that when Herb and I were the chair of this, we didn't make nearly as much progress as when Brendan and Carol Schatz took over. So we got that report done when the actual members of the task force were given that cool hosting responsibility. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Mr. Smith pushed his button late, Mr. Parks. Mr. Smith.
I just wanted to say that the new Committee on Business Tax Reform and Workforce Investment, will be meeting for its very first time with Ms. Gruhl and Mr. West and myself. We're going to go out in the community because it's a brand new committee, and the kickoff event will be the presentation of this report, which is perfect timing for this very new committee to determine what our mission is. So I thank you for that work. You didn't know it at the time, but you're helping kick off this new committee that's been formed by the council to find ways to support business in the city and help business grow. And so your report's going to kick off that event. I thank you for that. Look forward to it. For people in the community that are interested, the committee will be meeting in the Valley, on the west side, downtown, and in Mr. Wesson's district to talk about workforce investment, how we get jobs to people, and also how we grow business in the city of LA. And again, thank you for that. Your report will be the kickoff event for that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Mr. Garcetti now.
And it's been, just very briefly, thank you to the great work of this committee, and I want to say to Mr. Smith, we couldn't have a better person for the mission moving this forward. This council, since we went on the retreat, is trying to be proactive, and this predated even our retreat, but to say, here's the specifics, here's how we're going to hold ourselves accountable, and here's how we're going to deliver for the people. And so I appreciate Mr. Smith stepping up on leading this committee, and to all the members of the business community and to our workforce out there, spend some time helping us get this through, because if we can do this, Jack Kaiser was here earlier, but I get sick and tired of reading about how business poor we are in this city, and I look forward to the day that Jack says that Los Angeles is leading the way. I think we actually have some good credibility in saying that now in a couple areas, but when we can do it across the board, it's only because of the good work of this Business Retention Task Force. So thank you to Mr. Wesson, Mr. Parks for getting that moving, getting it constituted, and thank you as well for your leadership, putting on yet a fifth or sixth hat, Brendan, as well. So thank you.
That concludes our council members. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Very good. That passes. Thank you. The next item, please.
Next item is item 52. That was called special by Councilmember Parks, and I believe there are cards on this item as well.
Number 52. Mr. Parks, number 52. We have 2 cards on this matter. Do you want to go to the public speakers first? Okay, we'll go to the Valley. Marion Volger. On number 52.
Yes, I appreciate you bringing this up, that we have the Readers Guild also on strike right now, and they're trying to fight to have the same kind of parameters that the union workers have settled for. And this is long overdue. The fact is that that these are the hardcore middle class of our society, and that if they don't continue to keep up with the cost of living, these people will become lower class. They will not be part of the middle class. So it just gives you how bad the situation has gotten for a lot of the people here who work for the city, and also the police and fire, and the Department of Water and Power. Of course, they always want to keep themselves ahead, which is good and bad. It depends on how good you can make the city working more efficiently and spending its money too, and not having a bottomless pit of money being spent on the special events. And then you got of course you're talking about the subway. This is going to be a killer, and the Grand Avenue project. But the city workers, they are way down here in the middle class, the heart of here, and the city council members get 5% automatically, no questions asked, because you're part of the judges' raises, and you're moving way up much faster. Your gap is spreading more, so the city workers need to catch up with you people here at City Hall. And the managers too. For example, Nihai, who works for Water and Power, is making way too much money. His salary should be cut down lower than here. It's like $150,000 a year. $304,000 is out of line, and that is way above the middle class. He's become the rich class, upper class, and this is very dangerous to our society.
Thank you. Our next speaker is public speaker Arthur Hansen. Arthur Hansen. And that is the last card we have for public speakers.
Yes, season's greetings and good afternoon. I think you're without jurisdiction to hear this, because item F, the MOU for for Local 501 of the operating engineers, was not posted with the city clerk on Friday. It was posted on Monday. And there's a problem in I have not been able to get to access the MOU to read it, to give a bill of particulars, but it's the same as the last one. It does not comply with Section 3502 of the Government Code in allowing an employee to represent himself. It does not comply with Section 4.8653 of the Employee Relations Board. It's more restrictive than that. And it also doesn't comply with City Charter Section 1015F, which requires any disciplinary review to be compliant with due process that you pass. And I would suggest that it be referred to committee so that I can give a bill of particulars once I have access to it to write up the particular issues that are bad in there. Because as I read the last time, it's endangering the health and safety of the employees, because we'll have a disgruntled employee who is unable to exercise his due process rights and go through an administrative review, and the guy will come back and be a supervisor in Local 501 for about 20 years. I don't want to be the one who suffers physical injury or death because somebody is frustrated because the MOU is illegal and the union decides to give him the shaft. And I would respectfully suggest, since the thing was not properly, the MOU was not properly followed.
You're asking for this to go back to committee, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, you want to comment on that?
I think the Chair of Budget and Finance can handle this better.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
There's nothing improper legally regarding the posting of this matter.
I was just making sure we were doing everything in the legal process.
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask the CAO to come up, Ms. Sisson, to discuss item 52. And I'd also ask for the speaker that was here just before, if there are issues that of concern, that they be given to Ms. Sisson so she can respond to them in behalf of the City of LA, because her office has the most information about these contracts. Ms. Sisson, would you give us a run-through of how we got here, what the process, and because we've broken some new ground on how these contracts were put together, a coalition of a number of unions have come forth, and just what was the process, how we got here, and then we can then get into the details.
Some time ago, 6 of the represented units in the city decided to form a coalition for the purposes of bargaining their next contract. At that time, I believe there was a real concern about the ability of those bargaining units to get a fair contract. They were ready to bargain, and at that point in time also, we had just successfully concluded agreements at the MTA. Some of you sit on the MTA board, and you are aware that we were able to look over their shoulder as they engaged in a mutual gains process. This is interest-based bargaining rather than position-based bargaining. And the mayor and other members of the council requested that the unions engage in this mutual interest bargaining. And so we embarked on a mutual gains bargaining process that basically required many of the union members and the members of their bargaining team to go through training. We actually trained approximately 200 members of the unions, their bargaining teams, and our managers that were negotiating on behalf of the city. And through that process, we began serious bargaining in about May of last year. You will recall that the city had just concluded major negotiations with some of its other large bargaining units. We had completed a contract with Police Protective League, we had completed a contract with United Firefighters, and had also completed a contract with EAA. So these were the major units, and there are 19 memoranda of understanding represented in this package that did not yet have contracts. That bargaining took place between May with several reports through the Executive Employee Relations Committee to basically inform them of progress and also to get bargaining instructions. And we brought forward an agreement at the end of September, which was then approved by the EERC in a unanimous vote.
Let me ask you, how many city employees do these MOUs represent?
These MOUs represent over 20,000 full and part-time city employees.
Okay. And where are we in the process, the cycle of contracts, in the sense of the whole city? Is this the end of the cycle?
This is basically the end of the cycle. There are a few units that are lingering out here, but this will basically conclude the city's bargaining cycle for this period.
And because of the new process that we went through, was it a little more time consuming?
That's correct, because when you're identifying your mutual interests, you have to have a lot of discussion, because as you can imagine, when you first enter that room, everyone is not sure they even have mutual interests.
And so the fact that we're here today is just a carryover of all of our cycle for this time of getting contracts resolved. So it's not that they inhibited the process. It's not that there was not activity going on. It was just a matter that they came towards the end of the cycle.
That's correct.
Okay. So if we count our numbers, there's about 18,000 employees have contracts. This is the last 20,000 that we are obligated to negotiate with and then come to some conclusion.
That is also correct.
Now, in each of our contracts during this cycle, did we add language about triggering mechanisms if we have an economic downturn?
Actually, we have reviewed the memorandum of understanding with Police Protective League, United Firefighters, and EAA, and there are not trigger mechanisms in those memoranda of
What
understanding.
about the other ones that would cover the rest of the city?
In these that are before you today, yes, we do. We do have a trigger mechanism.
And that was negotiated with full knowledge of those triggering mechanisms?
That's correct.
Okay. And with that, we came to an agreement with these, it's 10 MOUs, but
19, actually.
19 MOUs. So we come to an agreement that they clearly understand that in approving these today, that the likelihood, or not likelihood, but the potential is, if there's an economic downturn, that you be contacting them about discussions about reopeners.
That's correct.
Okay. And their personnel approve the contracts with that understanding.
That's correct.
Okay. Now,
These units invested significant time in working with the city to understand our financial structure and our financial condition.
Okay. The other issue, I think, would you explain to us as this mutual gain that it was somewhat discussed or resolved that they helped us meet these goals with some of the financial challenges at this time?
That's correct. One of the very unique characteristics of these memoranda of understanding is gain sharing. And gain sharing basically refers to the fact that these units have committed to work with the city to identify $25 million of sustainable, verifiable, and ongoing savings over the 5-year term of this agreement. They've agreed to annual benchmarks that are targets that we will endeavor to reach. That if they meet the $25 million in ongoing savings in the 5th year, they will receive that $25 million back to their members in the form of flex dollars.
But they will not get it if they do not achieve the hard dollar figures.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what is the benefit to the city for 5 years versus our normal 3-year cycle?
Well, there's several benefits. One is, as we are approaching what we all know are going to be challenging economic times, it does give us the ability to plan, and it gives us financial predictability. We also know that the 5 years that are coming up are going to require us to work in partnership with our employee organizations as we meet challenges of potentially declining revenues and increased demands for service.
And even though this group of employees was at the end of the cycle, their contracts are fairly similar to those that came before them. So there's not something that's out of line as it relates to what the city, how the city had dealt with previous MOUs.
That's correct. The COLAs in this agreement are basically in line with MOUs that were previously approved. They are also in line with other public entities and also with private sector increases as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay. The other issue that's important is that sometime in January, you'll be completing the mid-year review for the city's financial status.
That's correct.
Now, at that point, will we have probably the best information to know where we are as relates to our status, our revenue generation, our expenditures to that date? Is that the mid-year is where we get the best information?
Yes, we'll be getting better detailed information on property tax. We received some sales tax this morning. Actually, I believe it was shared with Mr. Wesson's committee even before I saw it. but we are getting sales tax information in, and of course, we will have 6 full months of receipts on some of the city revenue sources, namely business license tax and documentary transfer tax.
And at that time, we'll have a better sense of the issue of whether the city's in, where we are in the structural deficit, where we are as relates to any deficits for this fiscal year.
That's correct.
Okay. And as that trend line goes for the revenue, it gives us a harder figure of what we can expect for the rest of the year.
That's right. The mid-year would be when we would look at potentially revising any of our revenue forecasts. We would also be looking at forecasting where we think we'll be on expenditures, and would be asking for corrective actions at that time.
Okay. When you prepare that report for corrective action, is that also the appropriate time to advise the unions as to whether we're getting close to any of these triggering mechanisms?
Yes, that would be the time that we would look to have conversations with them.
What I'd like to ask you to do is, as we approach mid-January and we begin to schedule the third financial status report, that we'd invite the unions there to participate and understand exactly where we are at mid-year. And I'd also ask that if there is something particular that you and that your office believes that they should be thinking about or looking at, that you can provide that to them individually or collectively, so that they'd have a very good understanding of our financial condition and what are some of the things that they should be thinking about if we are approaching some of these mechanisms that might cause us to consider reopeners or begin to make decisions that may impact their employees. So if you could do that for us, it would be very helpful.
We'd be very happy to do that.
The other issue, and I will touch on it lightly, is that I think February is a big month for us. And why don't you tell the public what is going on in February?
I think, as most of the audience knows, we are facing a vote on the maintenance and actually a decline in the rate of the telephone users tax on February 5th. One of the other unique aspects of these MOUs is that we also have the ability to sit down and work with the unions in the event that the voters do not continue to maintain the telephone users tax.
Okay, and we've asked you as a council to look at a March 1st due date as it relates to giving us a game plan if that election is not favorable to the city.
That's correct, and in fact, we've already begun discussions pursuant to that motion with the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office.
Okay, and then when would we expect some of the information on that motion? Would that be the latter part of February?
Most likely.
Okay. And so if it passes, there's going to end up being some impact and some recommendations on how we move forward for the rest of the year. If it doesn't pass, there's going to be a significant number of recommendations of how we get through the next couple of years. And so that mid-February meeting, or when you propose that motion for March 1st, is also would be a very important educational meeting for city employees and unions.
Yes, it would be.
Okay. So if I'd asked you again, would you then invite them to that meeting so that we would have a clear understanding, and hopefully with the information that you've given them in January, they can be prepared to take an active participation irrespective of how the election goes, but where we can then have their input as we move forward for the end of the fiscal year or beyond, because we're also going to be in the middle of the budget around that time. And so I would ask colleagues that in knowing clearly where we are in our financial status, having the safeguards of triggering mechanisms that will tell us financially what this city can move forward on, that I believe we have adequate protections at this time to move forward on these MOUs, that we certainly realize that these employees are deserving. The fact that they're the last in the cycle, they shouldn't be punished. But again, they clearly realize that if February's election or any other downturn is significant, that they clearly have agreed that they are willing to come back and work with the city and the CAO, CLA on how we will address the structural deficit and any deficits in this fiscal year. So I'd ask for an aye vote that we move this forward with that understanding, with the understanding that we will be budgeting come after recess significant number of issues dealing with the budget with the second or the third financial status report, and then from there to begin to monitor the election, and then from there the mid-February on as to a game plan for the city to deal with the budget. And so I'd ask for an aye vote on these, how many MOUs again?
19.
19, these 19 MOUs.
Thank you. Mr. Zine is our next speaker.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge the patience of the folks in the audience, in particular the union leaders that have been here since 10 o'clock this morning. My concern is that we be candid with the workers of the City of Los Angeles. I understand Budget and Finance supports this. I, as the chair of the Personnel Committee, support this to put these contracts behind. My concern is going ahead and the consequences if, in fact, we have some difficult financial situations. I heard you state that certain unions are agreeing to a reopener. Other unions have not put that in their contract. So the concern I have is certain unions are going to be obligated to meet and confer and try and come up with a solution, while other unions that have contracts that will continue, if the economic downturn continues, not be impacted in any way, shape, or form. How do we play fair with those unions that are working with us in this mutual bargain, this mutual gains, and those that have contracts already been settled that don't have that in their agreement? How do we say, you folks that have been fair, you're going to take the hit, and you other folks don't have it, you're going to go untouched? How do we balance that?
Well, I think one of the things we need to do is we need to be honest with all of our unions, not just the ones that have MOUs before you now. The mayor did meet yesterday with all of the union leadership and outlined the financial condition to them. And I think while they may not have legal triggers in their agreements, I think we do recognize that there is one city family, and we do need to prevail on them in terms of common sense and also needing to address this potential revenue shortfall collectively. Because basically all of our employees, whether they're represented by one unit or another, are the ones that actually provide service. So when we're talking about impacting one group of employees, we're talking about impacting one group of city services. And our residents depend on all of our city services. And so while we may not have an actual legal trigger in some of these other memoranda of understanding, I would be hopeful that the leadership of those employee organizations would recognize that all boats rise together and all boats sink together, and that we need their assistance in terms of meeting this problem. We cannot rely simply on the employees represented in these MOUs alone.
Well, I understand that, but if the other unions decide not to cooperate, to say we have ours, we're going to continue, you owe us salary increases on these specific dates, we want ours, and forget the rest of these folks, how do we handle that?
The city does have certain actions it can take unilaterally, even though it is our preference not to do that. The mayor and council can take actions to furlough employees, to lay off employees. Again, we would hope that by working with employee organizations, those types of actions could be averted.
And how many unions do not have a reopener?
Basically, three of our largest employee organizations, which is basically our police officers, our firefighters, and those employees represented by EAA.
And what about the airport, the harbor, water and power? Is there any ability?
Airport and harbor are actually represented through the other employee organizations I've mentioned. They're either part of these 19 MOUs. Actually, their public safety units do have separate contracts. They're separate bargaining units from Police Protective League or UFLAC. Water and power is, again, a separate agreement. That agreement was passed, I believe, 2 years ago, I believe. That agreement was entered into. Have not specifically checked that agreement because the issue we're facing is primarily a general fund problem. But most of the employees at Airport and Harbor are covered through the other MOUs with the city.
Okay, I know that the good faith by the unions has to be recognized. I support that. And I know your staff, sitting in the front row, worked hard to bring this to this point today. I had some questions that I brought up to you yesterday, brought to Mr. Miller yesterday. I was contacted by some union representatives, asked if I was going to vote against this. My intention was not to vote against the contract. My intention was to make sure that all the cards were on the table so everyone clearly understood the consequences if TUT doesn't go through, if other economic situations happen, so no one will be left in the dark. That was my intention, and I think that's been heard by the union representatives, also by your office, and those other organizations that aren't part of this reopener. Somehow we need to make sure, and hopefully through the mayor's office and through other means, to let them know that we all have to share in the pain, including the council members, if it gets to that point, that we'd all have to share in that pain, the financial, which will impact this entire city of Los Angeles. It's not fair for one group to sacrifice and not for another group, and I include myself and my colleagues here on council if it comes to that situation. We shouldn't be immune from that also. So I do support this, and I again acknowledge the work you did, acknowledge the work that the unions did on behalf of their membership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zine. Any other members wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's go ahead then and open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And we'll send that forthwith. Thank you all very much. And thank you for your hard work. And thank you for... Hold on one second. And thank you all for your very hard work on this, and thank you for the work for the people of Los Angeles as well. With that, we'll go to the next item, please.
Next item is item 62. That was called special for cards from the public, and a substitute motion has been introduced on 62I.
Okay. We have two public speaker cards, Sharon Brewer and then Miriam Fogler. Ms. Brewer out in Van Nuys?
She had to leave.
Okay, Ms.
Because
Fogler,
she
why don't
had
you go
waiting
ahead?
here from 10 to 1 o'clock. I don't know why you don't take care of these things first when you have a lot of things to other business.
We've been going right through, including the public speaker card, so we're very excited to hear your public comments. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I'm glad about the unions getting what they are getting, but they can use these special event fees to help the city to save $25 million, folks. You hear me out there? The special fee waivers, they add up. They add up. The special fee waivers add up, and including the CRA money that they use. The union workers for the CRA need to hear that too. If you people are all being counted in this, and including all the city council, the whole city, you need to cut out all the pork barrel and all this expenditures that you're doing here. These projects have got to stop, or at least so that you can maximize the services that the people need for the city. You need to cut out the excess waste. The projects that the CRA are financing, and it's killing us. In the meantime, they take a walk. The developers take a walk, and then they don't even pay anything. And then you got your tax increment money not coming back to the city, the general fund, and how are you supposed to have all these nice special fees, these nice events, special events that you want so badly? How can you have them if you're having a problem with the economic situation here to pay your employees? They deserve to have the money they need. They work very hard, and including my husband, he works very hard. He doesn't ever take a day off. He works very hard, and he deserves everything. And all these workers are working very hard here. I can't say much for DWP because I think they ought to be getting the same agreement as the rest of the workers. I don't think they should be above us, and same thing as City Council.
Thank you. There's about a 30-second gap between that clock and the actual one. If you want to just wrap it up with the last sentence, your time's actually up here. Go ahead.
Our city to go down like New York.
Great.
All right. I hope you save us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that will be the last public comment for this year, Ms. Fogler. So thank you very much, and we hope you have a very happy holidays. With that, let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. We have a special 2 that Mr. Reyes has asked me to introduce on the special 3. We already had a special 2 on the findings. Since the posting of the agenda, the Northeast Hillside Interim Control Ordinance has expired without adoption. of the additional allowed extensions. Who'd have thought? So immediate action is required for the City Council at this final council meeting of the year to impose another ICO to protect the planned areas until the permanent hillside development regulations are in place. If the ICO is not extended, issuance of permits could result in construction and grading over the holidays that might otherwise be prohibited. So this could be potentially dangerous to residents of Northeast Hillsides, and excess grading could increase the immediate likelihood of soil erosion, landslides, deforestation, and depletion of plant and animal life. So I ask you to support me on the findings.
So we will vote on the findings now. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
10 eyes.
Now, as before us, you made an excellent argument in your findings, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
10 eyes.
10 ayes. Yes, I believe.
Next item, Madam President, Special 2, and that was introduced by Councilmember Perry. The city attorney will speak to the findings.
Ms. Perry.
On the urgency of the situation, I'm sorry, did we just vote on, we voted on another
We voted on
special?
3. We'll let Mr. Dion is going to say something, and then...
Okay, fine.
Thank you, Madam President. Just yesterday, the Board of Water and Power Commissioners approved a memorandum of agreement with the Office of the Mayor, Homeland Security and Public Safety. Immediate action is required to waive Charter Section 245 review of the action before the current MOA expires December 31st. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
So we will vote on the findings first. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
10 eyes.
Thank you. That item is now before us. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much. This is just a short request for your support for the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to be reimbursed in the amount of $600,000 from the Urban Areas Security Initiative. It's a straight reimbursement, and it's time sensitive. We would be waiving our 5-day review period, and because this is the last meeting of the year, that's the reason why we have to do it today. That's it.
Thank you. Let's open the roll on that. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
10 eyes.
And thank you very much, Ms. Perry. Colleagues, I believe that's the last item we will vote on in 2008. So with that, what's our next order of business?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Let's go ahead and post and refer those.
There's excuse on the desk. Councilmember Alarcon requests to be excused Wednesday, January 16th, Friday the 18th, and Tuesday, January 8th. Those all meet council policy, and the 8th and the 16th are for city business.
Okay. We will give those excuses to Mr. Alarcon.
And that clears the desk.
Folks, any announcements? We will, first of all, one announcement is we will not be meeting this Friday. Our regularly scheduled meeting will be in recess for the holiday. And so this Friday, the 21st, we will not be meeting here. Our next meeting will be on January the 8th. No, sorry. Is that correct? January the 8th. That's correct. 2008. So we want to thank all the members of the public who have come down here this year and been a part of our council meetings, our great staff that has helped us out, our city attorney and city clerk staff that have done a great job. That's part of the city clerk's office, our voting clerk and our clerk, I don't know.
City attorney.
The business clerk, the city attorney, and all the members of the city council. We want to thank you for your great hard work in 2008. Our sound ITA assistants from the Information Technology Agency, all of our friends at Channel 35, and our viewers, our listeners on council phone and on the internet. And with that, do we have any other announcements? Mr.
Yes,
LeBlanc.
a couple announcements. The Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee has aged a little past the 2 o'clock count. It will start in 10 minutes on the 10th floor. And also, I do want to announce, in between will be one of the greatest of all parades, the Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, where Los Angeles has the longest float entry of all cities in Southern California. And our very own Janice Hahn will be in the float celebrating the centennial of the Port of Los Angeles. So I think that's very exciting.
There will be many roses, but none bigger than Janice Hahn.
This is so true. And also invite everyone out to the Los Angeles Zoo.
Sweeter.
The Los Angeles Zoo, the new gorilla exhibit is very fascinating and wonderful, so come on out to the Los Angeles Zoo.
Thank you very much. Any other business announcements, colleagues? Could I please ask everybody to rise for our final adjourning motions of the year? Colleagues, I ask you to join me today as we are in the holiday season. We know that 80,000 homeless people in Los Angeles County on any given night, 40,000 of whom live in the city of Los Angeles. We wanted to adjourn today for the Homeless Persons Memorial Day. This winter poses extreme hardship for inadequately housed, low-income men, women, and children here in Los Angeles. And the spirit of the holiday season of giving provides an opportunity for an affirmation and renewal regarding our commitment in supporting the vision of Bring LA Home and to homelessness in our community. December 21st has been the designated National Homeless Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless, as we see people on our streets and throughout our country die because they have inadequate shelter. It is recognized by more than 100 cities and at least 10 states across the country. And in this season of generosity and sharing, citizens of LA are encouraged to commit themselves to promoting compassion and concern for all brothers and sisters, especially those who are poor and homeless. And today we remember and adjourn this council in memory of the people who have died on our streets, in our emergency shelters, and in condemned or abandoned properties from the ailments or conditions directly related to their condition of homelessness. All people deserve to be remembered with dignity rather than to die invisible, and we remember them today. Mr. Rosendahl?
I just want to acknowledge that and take the moment in the spirit of the holidays. December 21st happens to be the darkest day of the year for us in the winter solstice, summer solstice concept. And we as Christians have taken the tradition of Jesus and tied it into that as the white light or the bright light going forward. So in regards to homelessness, let's make this December 21st the beginning of the light for the homeless, so that as the days get longer every day after the 21st, we can focus on the fact that the light that we would give homeless people would be the light of life, which is what we should do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Members, I ask we adjourn and two very fine people. Carolyn Montez, for over 20 years, worked as a school administrator. John Marshall High School was the key to the front office, was very helpful to many of the administrators, teachers, and students. She tragically died at 57 years old. She was a wonderful person, survived by her husband and 4 children. Carolyn Montez, the administrative assistant at John Marshall High School. Also, Patricia Silverman passed away recently, who was born in Iowa, came to Los Angeles, was very involved with the Greater Los Angeles Zoo Association for well over 20 years. She gave contributions to many different good causes of the zoo, and she was an extremely nice person. Patricia Silverman will be missed. She's survived by her husband, Ron. And I ask, Madam Clerk, that not only I, but all the members of this council be on this adjourning motions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Well, after 173 meetings and... Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourning motion. Diana Elizabeth Blackwell passed away December 1st, born July 1st, 1950 in Louisiana. Lived in Los Angeles most of her life, worked for Los Angeles Unified School District as a cafeteria worker, very active at her church, Christ Faith Mission Church of God. She has also belonged to the choir, be greatly missed by her family and friends. Son, Deshaun Horton, LAPD motorcycle officer, survived by him, a daughter, Alondra Bulls, and 4 grandchildren. May she rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. So after 173 meetings and some 7,000 votes, we bring 2007 to a close, and we look forward to seeing everybody in 2008. Thank you, colleagues, for an extraordinary year. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.